Quay, greetings, good people. Welcome to another video. It's the day after our pagan holiday. Uh, I quickly want to talk about the idea of paganism for a minute. Um, I want to say that the for instance, a winter solstice was not so much that it was pagan in the sense that it was demonic or something like that. It was really what has occurred to me as I, ponder these things is that really it's just a way of honoring nature and like an indigenous people's way of being in touch with what one might call Mother Earth, and so we are led to believe that this is all wrong. It's better to, you know, make up a baby Jesus or something, Uh, but again, the winter solstice would be actually more legitimate, and it would be more a way of telling the truth of what we're actually doing. What is this? What are these holidays really about? And so that led me to do kind of a little bit of a dive, which we are not supposed to be talking about right now, but that's sort of where I was at today as I pondered the idea of Christmas. So we might want to say that Christmas is at best, perhaps an honoring of the Christ within. Now, when we talk about the Christ within, we're not talking about one uh, person. We're just talking about the spirit that resides in every man or woman, and it is a spirit of life. Definitely, right? That we can agree upon. It's definitely living. It's definitely alive. It's definitely life. So it's life affirming. It's 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 not demonic because it is life itself, is what I'm trying to say. So one way that I see this idea of Christmas in a more indigenous mindset is that it's honoring the Christ within me, but that is not it. It doesn't have a name, like it is me. It is what the spirit in me. Uh, and I guess we could say it is the spirit of the life force, you know. And I'll say one more thing and try to get to our topic. Uh, the thing with certain namings, when you name something, you're tying it to a larger thing. So when you are worshiping, quote unquote, Jesus, you are basically tying yourself to a specific culture that may not be everyone else's culture. So it's a way of limiting. Whereas when you honored nature and the I want to say the forces of nature when in terms of the days being longer or the days being shorter, that doesn't tie you to any specific culture. That's more universal. So we might say paganism is more universal than even the universal quote unquote Catholic Church. Uh, you know, and as I might have mentioned before, I was raised Catholic, but that is the farthest thing from who I am today. It helped me to become who I am today. I must say that, because I had to look at it. I had to examine it. I had uh, to the degree that I could, test the spirit behind it, as they say. And so that is why I could not, of good conscience, describe myself as Catholic. I I'm going to do a Tiamari. I graduated. I graduated from that relationship. Um, so, uh, yeah, lessons learned. And as well, I decided that I cannot tie myself to a culture that does not fit, uh, it doesn't fit my spirituality. As my listeners may know, I've come to see uh, this Abrahamic construct as being shall we say, more of a sacrifice and blood sacrifice system than I wish to partake in. I think I prefer a system where men and women are more accountable for themselves. And there is no replacement, there is no sacrificial lamb, because somewhere in there, someone is getting away with something. And all it takes is something else dying for that thing to get away with what it's getting away with. And I find that it cannot, it would not make for a good justice system. For instance, if we have, say, we're trying to deal with criminal minded, and we have a system where the criminal can say, let me go get a ram or a bull, and then I can go free because I'll be forgiven because I'll just slay this innocent animal, and then I have another chance. You see what I mean? Like I'm start as I mature, I'm really very serious about these things. How much do I want to be connected to a system like that? I don't find that justice is best served in a system of duplication and replacement and substitution. Uh, Again, as we kind of said, a system like that can turn murder into, oh, it was just a sacrifice. It wasn't murder, it was a sacrifice to God. I can no longer even comprehend that type of thing, y'all. And that's just what I'm saying is, yes, people have a right to choose what kind of deity they want to serve, but I have a right to not co-sign on that. And I do believe this is why we have such things as different culture. Uh, when any spiritual system seeks to dominate the world stage, we're going to have problems, y'all. We're going to have problems. As an American Indian, so-called, all I know is that that is the system that is said to have basically come to the Americas to permanently condemn American Indians. And you know, when I say permanently condemn, I mean, as you all know who listen to me, and I thank you for listening. Again, I want to, extend my sincere thanks to all my listeners and the ones who comment. Uh, I just want to say you are very much appreciated, and I thank you. So, I was saying that we never received, as American Indians, we have never received our, shall we say, our reward from their deity in terms of seeing us as just any other people, that are seen as quote unquote forgiven, their sins are washed away, and so forth and so on. That never happened to American Indians. And you know what? I know that American Indians will delude themselves into thinking that it happened, but I promise you it did not happen if you are aware, if you are able to just see what's in front of your face. You'll realize that you're still being discriminated against for what? The color of your skin? I thought we were over that. Okay, so now again, they arrived here. I was immediately called a heathen, although we welcomed them as cordially as any civilized people would. We welcomed them, didn't we? That's what they said. We were very welcoming. You would think that that would be a sign of us being a civilized, quote unquote, people. They came here, we were condemned, and we're still condemned. It is, when you think about it, it's almost ridiculous. It's unfathomable that after, again, we said this, great leaders like Martin Luther King appear on the scene, and we are still fighting some kind of racial thing. That means the best of your leaders can come and go, and you're still condemned, no matter how saved you think you are. Saved from what exactly? Certainly not discrimination. So then they try to say that, well, when you serve Christ, you have to suffer. That's what I've been doing before Christ and after Christ. I think I need a new motivation. Can somebody, what's my motivation? Because I don't seem to see it. Has anybody seen my motivation? And can somebody give me a cup of motivation? So, in other words, I got saved, quote unquote, and nothing has changed for me because of the color of my skin. And let's be real, it's not really the color of our skin. It's the fact that this landmass that they call the Americas was owned by people that had our color skin. So when your colonizer arrives and he knows what your skin tone was, it's not really racism. It's Well, the quick answer is it's genocide. It's genocide of the original people of the land. Your colonizer is very aware of what you look like, right? And so there's a whole political system created even after you got saved to discriminate against you in ways you don't even know you're being discriminated against. How many opportunities do we get to see how we are treated differently from you walk into a bank, and how often do you get to see how easy it is for someone of a different skin tone to get whatever they came for at that bank versus you walk in and the system is on high alert for American Indians even to this day. What has changed? We have to get out, ladies and gentlemen. We have to get out of this system. In this system, an American Indian will never find justice. This is conquest, as we always say. Although we are peaceful Indians and we advocate peace, we will call a thing a thing. We will always call a thing a thing. Uh, on that note, let's reel it back in. What brings us to the video today? In not too many videos back, we tried to look at the false unlawful imprisonment of Miss Lisa Cypress, a fellow Algonquin Indian, even though I don't know if she, I don't know if she identifies as Algonquin. Uh, Technically, she would have been called Algonquin by colonizers. And I do realize that we have to be careful with colonizer labels. Luckily, Algonquins had a language. Uh, Ojibwe was the general language. So, it kind of helps to maybe we could say we're Ojibwe. I don't know. Uh, there is another term that what is that one? Anishinaabe? Is that what? It's a very long word, but the last time I looked, it looks like they're saying that was just all Indians was Anishinaabe, dabba, dabba, Anishinaabe, dabba, dabba, do. We gotta look at that word. But so anyway, when I had someone in my comment section ask me, and I really appreciate that that person, you know, came forward with a question. And I just a shout out to you, Akamak. uh, but I tried to look at the uh, the circumstances surrounding Lisa Cypress's unlawful imprisonment. I really, did. And then I got a chance to hear her speak on the Indigenous One channel. And so I was trying to pick up and learn from what she had to say. So it led me to look at land patents. And what I'm looking for is this something that American Indians came up with, or is it something that our colonizer came up with? And my argument is simply, if we did not come up with land patents, that means our colonizer did. And that means that he doesn't have to go by them. And that means we don't need them. Do you follow American Indians? Now, I'm a peaceful American Indian. I'm not really trying to upset anyone that I might even speak of, because if I mention a person like in this context like this, it's not because I'm looking for smoke. Really, I'm trying, it is very beneficial for American Indians to take note of when one of our fellow Americans are imprisoned. We have to be on alert because that could be any one of us. This is where I'm coming from. So we're going to look at a number of screenshots, slides, whatever you want to call them. And I'm really going to try to get through them because y'all know that I tend to be a jabber, jabber jaw. And I do apologize in advance, but it is not an early morning video. So I think I'll be able to get through this video without too much, slacking off, dozing off and stuff. So let's look at our first slide. Again, please understand that this is not in any way to make light or to ridicule or come up against any Indian, and in this instance, Lisa Cypress. We have to learn from these experiences of American Indians because we have to know how to avoid an unlawful imprisonment, right? So what, again, we want to establish what is ours and what belongs to colonizer. Because what the idea is when we grab for something that colonizer created, it has the effect of pulling us into a trap, is the way I want to say it. If we don't grab something that is exclusively ours, we are going to fall into a colonizer trap. And apparently, a land patent is something that this government does not really have to honor. Why? And then the question an Indian should ask is, well, why wouldn't they honor their own land patents? Because they created them. They can always control whatever they create. They can say, oh, we have found an old English law where a land patent really didn't count in this such and such an instance. And this is one of those instances. They can do anything, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the thing. It does not have to make sense to us. The point is, if they created it, they control it. This needs to be a mantra for American Indians. Make sure what you're grabbing is something that is outside of their scope of jurisdiction. Because if it's in their jurisdiction, they have goals and objectives. They have an agenda of their own, and that's why they created these documents. One of the things that I hope will help is if we understand that all of their documents, and I do mean every single one, including themselves, their legal system, and their religions, are all here as a result of the doctrine of discovery. Those are the papal bulls that told the nobility of Europe and whoever else is to have enough money and power that they can come to the Americas and literally just steal everything from American Indians. If we get real with the doctrine of discovery, we will understand the entire picture that we are in. If we get real with the doctrine of discovery, that will be what will assist us in reclaiming what belongs to us. We have to learn to invalidate everything that they call legal because it is not truly lawful, and they can break their laws, if they make the laws. They know how to break them. Um, and again, why are they able to do that? Because their laws are based on the doctrine of discovery. The church told them, just take whatever an American owns because Americans are heathens. You don't have to get their consent. So what the nobility did was they said, well, we can't fight them uh, like open fight like that. What we can do is tell them that they are sinners, right? So that's one way that they get us to be manipulated. They simply tell us that, oh, God says that you're hellbound, but if you accept the Savior we bring in you, you be good. Now, in the midst of all this, our land is being just like almost like the movers are coming in and just taking our furniture. But while we being told that all we got to do is confess with our mouth and believe in our heart that you are saved and you be good. You good. Yeah. Well, can I keep my home? Well, no. You can't do. Be, you see, because well, let's see. We because you're a heathen right now, there's still a little bit of heathen on you. So we're gonna take your stuff and put it in a trust or something of that nature, and we're gonna hold it for you to make sure that Jesus is really good with you. But we believe he can work something out with you, but you can't own anything at this time. You know, it's basically as ridiculous as that sounds, y'all. It really was a part of this whole idea of condemning us and the harsh treatment of us being treated as sinners. Think of those lynchings and how easy it was to just see us as basically trash, right? Because we're sinners. Their God is condemning us because we did not, according to them, we did not go by his laws. And what we have to say is, if I don't know your laws, how can I go by them? And if you walk in the door condemning me, what hope is there for me to just be able to learn? And maybe you don't have to steal everything I own, you know. So it's very interesting when you think about it, ladies and gentlemen, because we we were stolen from, and we are still stolen from to this day. So, as I always say, when does Jesus allow us to be in control of our own land without a foreigner here to quote unquote regulate our commerce? Which means they translate that to mean they control every move we make. When does being a Christian allow an American Indian uh, be able to control his land, his or her land? When does that happen? It doesn't. They came, they took over. You're still singing hallelujah in their churches, and you still don't have any control over anything. They're still controlling everything. So they don't trust your salvation, although they want you to. They don't trust that you have the authority to run your own affairs, so they're still here. But here's the thing, if they created your religion by the power of that authority, the creation authority of giving you a savior, that really means that they control your salvation. That's why we have to give everything back to colonizer and create. We have to start creating, y'all. have to start creating and standing on what we create because it's legitimate because we are the landowners. So we're going to reel it back in. So again, we want this video, we're going to try to go back in time and figure out where land patents came from, where the legal system came from. Whose legal system is it? Is it a system we created and then it was taken over, like the Moors are trying to tell us? That to be the case, ladies and gentlemen. So the first slide we're going to look at is as something I Googled when I went to look at the where did the land patent come from that was given to Accomacs? Now, this would be any Indian, okay? We're just using the Accomac land patent because, as we said, we had an American Indians sitting in prison because of this land patent. So we want to figure out where did it come from? And that will be the template of how all American Indians should look at their land patents. So I was so this I actually took from my phone, so you can see this looks like a phone because I literally had to mail it to myself because I just had to happen to ask the question to AI, who granted land patents to the Accomack Indians? And so what this is what the answer that came up. Land patents were granted to the Accomack tribe, also known as the Gingaskin Indians, by the English government. So right there, let's pause, ladies and gentlemen. Was this land patent an Indian giving, say, another Indian their land, or was it a European giving an Indian access to their own land? See, this is why they were able to arrest unlawfully an American Indian. Because part of it is who gave you that land patent? Who, by whose authority? Was it your authority or ours, the Europeans, or Negropeans that's behind the Europeans? To the Accomack tribe, also known as the Gingaskin Indians, by the English government, specifically the colonial government of Virginia, acting on behalf of who? The Crown. So, as we said in recent videos, now the Moors have to convince us that we were the Crown. So now you're going to hear something about for instance, a King George that was for uh, American Indians. Now, all of a sudden, what happened to Powhatan? No, we flipping scripts, y'all. See, this is a script flip. So we always heard that they met someone named Powhatan, Wahun Senecas. That was his more his personal name was Wahoo Senecas. So where is King George coming from? Because he's coming like a like a century later. Wahoo Senecas, Chief Powhatan, is a like a 1500s to a 1600s existence. This King George that the Moors have come up with, he's coming in the well, one we found was from 1613, but that's not the one we were looking for. The one that the Moors are pushing now is one from the 1700s. But you can hardly find anything on this person. You can find a lot about King George of the British king, who was actually a German king, but he ascended to the British throne through marriage. So what we tried to figure out, why did Britain become the major power of all the other European kingdoms? And my guess, ladies and gentlemen, is that they were the first to have the white face needed for these Negro kings to hide behind. All of the kings of Europe were Negro. Again, we had Ben Franklin, so much as tell us this. We had Lee Cummings, author of the Negro series, telling us this, but he's one of those that he was related to these folks. And so he's very proud to let you know that the kings of Europe were all swarthy except for the Anglo-Saxons of Britain, who come up Caucasian. And so what do we see in history, ladies and gentlemen? As far as I'm concerned, all the quote unquote black kings of Europe are handing over reigns to Britain because Britain has the white face that they so desperately need in order to come here and steal our land, right? And then say that we are them. So it's their land too. And because of Pangea, one time America was attached to Britain and all of those black nation monarchies, right? And so it was really our land, but we were so mad when God tore you away that we made a determination to come and get you back and make you our slaves, basically. So as we try to convey on this channel, just because you're related to nobility does not make you nobility. Let's say it one more time. Just because you can trace your blood to some Negro in Europe, it only means that that was a war tactic so that you can think and along with the person that married into your family, think that this land is his land. So it helps him to take your land. By us being referred to or as seen as related to British or any nobility in Europe, that's just a better excuse for them to come and dominate us, y'all. It don't mean that we co-kings and queens with the kings and queens of Europe. Do you understand? You really have to understand that, ladies and gentlemen. From what I have seen, just depicted in different films, that spoke about a lot of these nobilities of Europe, they would have offspring, but the offspring, all it did was really start a fight because now it's like the illegitimate child looking for recognition and the king or queen deciding how they can use this child, because of their burning ambition to be seen as nobility because their father was the king, but not the child of the king's wife. So that is almost like domination 101. You'll find that in scripture as well. So let's talk about quickly the scripture. I'm sorry, we're already off into the races, right, ladies and gentlemen? You know how we do. I apologize. Let's look at Abraham. I think we talked about Abraham. We're gonna talk about him again. Strategically, on the unction of his wife, had a child out of wedlock named Ishmael. That was his firstborn, born to Hagar, who was a slave. Okay, so American Indians basically became like slaves to the nobility that came here. We, as you see, they call us slaves, right? So Europe comes here, Negropeans. Lee Cummings says what does he call his book? The 13 Black Colonies. Let's look at this cover really quick. Lee Cummings, in his Negro Question, number 6 or part 6, Negro Question, the 13 Black colonies that were founded by 5 Black kings. Okay? Okay? So when they come here, as we know, all of a sudden we are slaves from Africa. So when I say that a nobility came here and then we were made slaves, isn't that exactly what happened? We are forever now fighting to free ourselves of this false identity of being African slaves. So we were made slaves. In scripture, Abraham has a firstborn born of a slave, Hagar. I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, what happened to Ishmael, Abraham's firstborn? Y'all want to go by scripture and you don't even see that it already has a role for you. So what is happening to American Indians? Same thing, same thing. If you are related to nobility, could it be that you're the bastards that he needs to make slaves for uh of the children of his wife? Could it be that American Indians who have blood relations to the European nobility are seen as the children of the handmaiden? American Indians? Look where you're at today. You got royal blood. Okay. Are you in the position of, say, even an Obama? No, right? Did your royal blood even get you a seat as president in this corporation? No, right? Okay. So who did though? An African. An African. An African became president of American Indians' homeland. And we don't see Africa's role alongside quote unquote Europeans. So let's run that by American Indians one more time. How many Indians today are saying, well, I found that I was related to King James, and I found that I was related to Akhenaten. I'm sorry. God, give me strength. uh, yeah, I'm like, I'm mighty Zeus. If you, if, if you all of that, well, maybe I could be mighty Zeus. And I could tell you right now that and MetroCard, like I said, will get me a ride like everybody else on the subway, yo. American Indians, please stop being flattered by what the Moors tell you about your bloodline or what you find. It didn't add up to anything. We have not even had a president in the corporation. That's how foreign this government is to us that we, quote unquote, built, which I don't think we did. And that's partly why we're at the video today. So land patents were granted to the Accomack tribe, also known as the Gingaskin Indians, By who, ladies and gentlemen? The English government. So that's when they tell us that. So they marry into our families, right? And we become the bastards of these kings. And then they say, oh, it was you who built your government. No, no. I want to say this, and I need my listening audience to hear me. If you have paperwork that was given to you by quote unquote English government and not an American Indian government, you have nothing. That's how they look at it. It's not me saying that, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we're not trying to shame any American Indian. We know that the American Indian has the power, but the American Indian doesn't know this, ladies and gentlemen. They don't know this because we're still trying to swim in colonizers' ocean of lies and deceit. We've got to get out, y'all. And what, so you're going to say, if you have where our minds are meeting right now, you're going to ask me again, Heru, you keep saying get out. Our big question to you is how the hell do we get out? We don't see an exit. Oh no, they'll never show you that. You have to know. You have to make the exit. But we're going to base it on some of colonizers' lies, right? So you ask me, Heru, I'm trying to get out, but I don't understand how am I supposed to do that? It's your declaration. Put it in your declaration. Write it down. American Indian, it does not have to be perfect, but you must tie yourself to Indians that were here before colonizer arrived. Did you hear that? If you're asking me, how do I get out? We had we had an American Indian in prison because she was trying to get out. But her lesson to, and I'm gonna have to say it. I think the ancestors needed us to see what happened to Lisa Cypress. I would not wish that American Indian would get in prison, but if one does, the ancestors are speaking. The ancestors are advising. The ancestors are saying, look, listen and learn. She had a land patent, ladies and gentlemen. They did not honor it. I'm not putting that on Lisa Cypress. I am telling you, they do not honor their paperwork because it's theirs. We are peaceful American Indians. They know that we're not supposed to be under their jurisdiction. So that is why we can peacefully exit and they have no grounds to stop us. They can only, unfortunately, they will try to threaten us, y'all. Even putting Lisa Cypress in prison was a form of threatening her, trying to get her to stop doing what she's doing. That's all they can do to us, ladies and gentlemen. That's all they can do to us. What we're going to end up doing is writing letters to the military because we want to make sure that they're on code, shall we say, of who we are, because they have no right to come for us once we stand up properly. Heru, what do you mean stand up properly? I mean get to writing. Describe how you were here before this government got here. You have to look that up, figure out what Indians you are connected to. 'Cause, 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 let them know that Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 says I'm not supposed to be taxed. It says Indians. It did not qualify. It says Indians not taxed. It didn't say Indian tribes not taxed. It said all Indians. When you say Indians with an S, ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you how many Indians is that referring to? Okay, so do you have to be in a tribe to be not taxed? No, you don't. You just have to identify as an Indian who is not taxed. What does that mean? It means nothing in the United States, not even the corporations, have a right to tax you as an American Indian. That's what it means, ladies and gentlemen. That means your income becomes all yours. Okay? That's what it means, y'all. With that extra, shall we say, I guess, 'cause that's what it is. That could be the start of where you can begin to reinstitute us as American Indians, along with not being taxed. We're not to be regulated, ladies and gentlemen. The Commerce Clause right now is being highly scrutinized by Clarence Thomas. We talked about that briefly. So that's another in where oh boy, the argument would be, uh, ladies and gentlemen, let me explain to you why I don't want to go down this rabbit hole right now. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole right now because truly I want us separated from that Constitution. We got to find the diving board that frees us from the Constitution. And that diving board is Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. Indians not taxed because we're not represented in Congress. So right there, there's no laws that Congress can make for us. Okay. I want to leave it at that, y'all. I don't want to deal with the Commerce Clause in this video because I think we have to get completely out. And I don't think we should even be talking about a foreigner regulating our commerce. I don't think that, no. No other country has some foreigner regulating their commerce, y'all. So that's what I mean, where I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole of what the Commerce Clause says versus what it's actually doing or how it's being interpreted. We're not going to do that today, y'all. We got to get out first, and then we'll decide if we even want anyone else regulating our commerce when we have not had access to our resources for over 200 years. We got to decide, do we want full regulation of our own resources? And I'm saying we do. Because we have to see, ladies and gentlemen, the colonizer is working from the trajectory that we are supposed to be wiped off the face of the earth. So all of their endeavors, shall we say, are based on us not being here. So when they look at our resources, they're saying, there's no longer any American Indians here. So we have to regulate their commerce forever and ever. We'll turn them into something other than American Indians so we can further not have them regulating their own commerce. What does regulating commerce mean? We make the laws regarding our resources. We decide how we sell them, what we want for them, how they will be produced. Say we don't want genetically modified products. That would be for us to decide, American Indians. Unlike now, where we have folks like Bill Gates assuming dominance over our food. Somewhere in our declarations, and I think that means I would have to amend mine because I did not address this in my declaration, but somewhere in there, I have a right, ladies and gentlemen, to have access to uh, shall we say, modified food sources. And we have to demand to know where that food is because what's being sold to the masses is modified stuff. Where's the regular food that is not touched by uh, the government or people that the government allow to touch the food, like Bill Gates? I mean, why does he even get to have that much say? Let me tell y'all something, ladies and gentlemen. This is why we don't want a commercial-based type of government. In a commercial-based system, whoever can buy from this corporation, consider it sold to the highest bidder. What does that mean? That means, forget you, ladies and gentlemen. We have a billionaire that said he wants to do food, and we need that paycheck. We want, uh, we like someone who can pay us. And if it involves messing with your food, oh well, it's kind of in line with what we're doing anyway. So yeah, then we got somebody like a rabid Bill Gates, and it could be blamed on him. But yet he's doing the bidding of the greater corporation. We are peaceful American Indians. We advocate the corporation recognizing Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, and understanding that that means supposed to be dominated by you. Even if you have a military, well, we already talked about what needs to happen there. But if your military is working against sovereign people that they don't even have authority to dominate, well, that's all unlawful. Okay, so we are all over the place. Uh, but yes, we want to focus on what that screenshot is saying, but we have to move on, don't we? Because lately, Heru be talking so much that the screen be there. You'll be like, can we see the next one? We read this already. So this is part of the reason why they don't have to honor any land patents. This is not just about Accomack Indians, ladies and gentlemen. This is about any Indian tribe. Their patents do not matter. And what the ancestors have, I believe, used Lisa Cypress to do was to prove to us that land patents don't count. Land grants, land patents, whatever. There's both. See, land patents were granted. Okay, okay. I thought that meant land grant, but it's land patents. But same thing with land grants. It's where's it coming from? That's the thing. Where is it coming from? Is it something we created or is it something the government created? How do you give me my land? How do you grant me my own land? That's the question we should ask as well. Who gave you the authority? The doctrine of discovery did. The doctrine of discovery, ladies and gentlemen, has been repudiated as of March 30th, 2023, meaning it is now null. The doctrine of discovery and all the shenanigans that came with it are now null. This is also the diving board of American Indians, and this is what you will have as part of your declaration. It is rather critical because that is the document besides your declaration. That is the document that tells this system back the hell off. Have the right to tax me. You have the right to profit off of me when you are a colonizer and you are my existence off the land, trying to make me African. Okay, so you got that right, ladies and gentlemen. So all of this was on behalf of the crown. So now, it's supposed to be easier than this, ladies and gentlemen, but we have Moors whispering in our ears. I'm telling you. Because again, the new narrative, ladies and gentlemen, is that we are the British. So we have to watch out for that one. Because that would make all of this not make any sense whatsoever. So we have a king that chooses foreigners over us. Why would we have a king doing that, y'all? Because that's exactly what the English crown is doing. It's choosing foreigners over the people of the land. So why would we do that to ourselves, ladies and gentlemen? Especially when we have a story of a certain chief, a paramount chief, Wahoo Seneca, who was fighting against this invasion. Why do why do Moors think we're dumb enough to just take what they say and run with it? Because a lot of us do, y'all. That's on us. We just want our ego rub. You got to stop enjoying that ego rub, ladies and gentlemen, that the Moors give you. You the king, you the rub. Well, that means I must hate myself. Why would I even design a system like this that is seeking so hard to make foreigners as if they're American? Why would I, as an American Indian, do that? I didn't do it. It's my doppelganger, the one who looks like me, ladies and gentlemen. And that's why he gets to tell the world that we did this to ourselves. How do we look doing this to ourselves, ladies and gentlemen? Sacrificing ourselves to give our land to foreigners. And what happens of our offspring? What happens of our descendants? Why would we want to murder them off the planet, though? Can you explain that to me? It doesn't make sense, y'all. It doesn't make sense. Don't try. That was a rhetorical question. The initial reservation, they're talking about the Accomac now, but as we said, this is not just about Accomac. This is a lesson for all Indian tribes who think that having a land patent actually means it's legitimate. It's not legitimate because it came here as a result of the doctrine of discovery. The initial reservation of 1,500 acres was established by a what? An act of the Virginia General Assembly? Okay, so that's, I guess, where we're supposed to think that this is so great. All this land was ours, ladies and gentlemen. So when someone gives us 1,500 acres of all of our land, that's much more than that. Are they doing us a favor? No, they are singling us out, and then they're going to devour us anyway. They break you up into you know, little reservations, and then they still come for you. Okay, so the initial reservation of 1,500 acres was established by an act of the Virginia Generals. When they establish something, ladies and gentlemen, they can unestablish it. This is the lesson that it's the hardest lesson for American Indians to learn. What I'm trying to say is nothing they do is legitimate, y'all. When it comes to us, they can do whatever they want. Why? Because of the doctrine of discovery. The initial reservation, the Accomack Reservation of 1,500 acres, was established by an act of the Virginia General Assembly in 1640. The official patent for this land was accepted by the tribe in 1641. Look at the order here, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, tell me what's wrong. Something was done by the crown, and then it was accepted by the tribe in 1641. The crown did something in 1640 that had to be accepted by the tribe in 1641. The order is off, ladies and gentlemen. It wasn't initiated by American Indians. Do you follow? This is the problem, ladies and gentlemen. They do something, they can undo that same something. The crown can do something, any crown, and they can undo that something. If we do it, it cannot be undone unless we undo it. That is the logic here. So I like the way this is written because it's showing us the order, and this is out of order, y'all. It should have been the Accomack tribe granting something to Virginia and then Virginia accepting it. And what it would have been is they would have got 1,500 acres, and Virginia should have been owned by all of the Accomacks and the sister nations to the Accomack, like my nation. And I don't even like calling it a nation, y'all, because it associates us with other nations of the world, and they're all parasiting off of our resources, y'all. If we're not involved in any of these exchanges, that means they're parasiting. They're not coming to us, they're just feeding us. You see what I'm saying? You're not acknowledging my presence, but you're on my land, or you are connected to something on my land that's not me, and you're getting some kind of deal that I didn't give you. So you're like a parasite on my land. My land is like my body, right? You're unwanted and you're feeding off of me because you're acknowledging a fictitious entity instead of the real living men and women of the land. So the order is off here, ladies and gentlemen. All of the land should have belonged to the Accomack and the sister nations of the Accomack, again, like my nation. The Waipemiac, that's what we were back then. We were Waipemiac. But as I always say, at one point before colonization, we were all not out. Well, gotta look up that word, y'all. And we were next known as Algonquin. All of us, ladies and gentlemen. Again, the logic behind that is you got to look at what language are they using in their dictionary. It's the Algonquin language, y'all. They don't say anything about Iroquois because Iroquois did not have writing. So they can't really say that they used Iroquois. And what is the breakdown of Iroquois not having writing? Were they stupid? No, they weren't. They are Algonquins who had to not use Algonquin anymore because they were given a new civilized identity. As we saw in the last video, They were surrounded by people who had writing as well as a spoken language. How is it that they're the only that the Iroquois didn't have that? Please don't insult my intelligence. The Iroquois had plenty access to writing. They just could not claim it because they were being quote unquote civilized. Imagine becoming civilized means losing your writing. And what else did we say to that? That the word Iroquois is an Algonquin word, y'all. The Iroquois couldn't be more Algonquin than me, y'all. In their original state. Now, as Iroquois, they are a product. When colonizer creates it, colonizer can do whatever he wants with it. Colonizer cannot say he created Algonquin Indians, y'all. So he cannot do whatever he wants with Algonquin Indians. He can ignore us because he would have to admit that we were the first things he saw here. That's because we were all Algonquin speaking. So what does he do? He brushes us under the sweeps us under the rug and wants to talk about how great and wonderful the Iroquois were, who didn't have writing because they had to deny their Algonquin writing. Civilized. Yeah, okay. So we're seeing this, right? There's something wrong with that order, right? A subsequent patent was issued in 1680 for a reduced area. See what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? When they make the patent, they can reduce the land. Lord have, ooh, going on here, ladies and gentlemen? First, it was, this is how they do us, ladies and gentlemen. This is how they do us. They give us so much, but little they what they're doing is trying to have us live in lack. So they'll start off giving us something that's kind of significant, and we'll kind of be happy. They'll know we're going to be happy with that. But then what happens next? They start having us live in lack. It's like some kind of ancient torture system that colonizer has, especially for us, where he takes away, little by little, take away, take away. So we're languishing. He's trying to create us as languishing on our land so he can give it to everything but us. You see, the initial reservation was 1,500 acres. A subsequent patent was issued in 1680. A reduced area of 650 acres. Following various disputes and encroachment by English settlers, the colonial governor acting as the agent of who? The English crown. So the governor for Virginia is working for Indians? No. So when we go into their courts, whose court are we going into, ladies and gentlemen? Now, see, this is the thing. If we say we created it, that means we are saying that we voted for stuff like this, the reduction of our land. If we can separate from this beast, we can call this beast out. The Moors know that as long as they can keep us attached to the beast, karma can never hit the Moor. And the karma will be off because we will be part. We're putting ourselves in the way of karma. The Moors need to get this work, y'all. But we got to separate ourselves from this bullshit. It's messing with the feng shui, y'all. It's fucking with the feng shui. The colonial governor, American Indians, this is not our government. The colonial governor acting as the agent, not of the Accomacs, not of the Algonquins, not for a Wiginia, not for Powhatan, for who? The English crown. Would we be working for the English crown, ladies and gentlemen? If we were, are we acting on behalf of American Indians? So what are we to say? What are you left with, ladies and gentlemen? The colonial governor, acting as the agent of the English crown, was responsible for issuing land patents. The English crown is issuing land. Did you catch that, ladies and gentlemen? Is so when we say we got a land patent, did we get it from an American Indian, one of our chiefs, even? No, we did not, ladies and gentlemen. Did our chiefs give us land patents? No, they did not, ladies and gentlemen. Who gave land patents, ladies and gentlemen, if you read what we just read? The English crown, right? Are their paperwork legitimate on our land? No, it's not. I'm going to say that again. Is any foreign paperwork legitimate on our land when it comes to us as American Indians? No, it is not. We are peaceful American Indians, but we are going to tell the truth when it comes to the position of American Indians on this landmass. American Indians have to learn how to delegitimize paperwork that you would normally consider legitimate. It's only working against you as an American Indian. The minute you even call on it, you're subjecting yourself to a foreigner. What we have to do is simply say, as the first people of America, I don't need your paperwork to be on my land. And because the doctrine of discovery that brought you here has been repudiated by the church that allowed you to steal from me, everything you do, like Whoopi said, everything you do. What she say? Something to that. But everything you do is nulled. That's the word of the repudiation. In the document issued by the Catholic Church as of March 30th, 2023, the repudiation of the doctrine of discovery. The wording in that document says anything to the contrary of this document is to be null, considered null, and of no effect, I believe is the actual wording. So that means everything like these land patents are null and of no effect. You just give me my land when I say, give me my land. If you want to rent it from me, we can work something out, but understand it's not going to be cheap. And it's not going to be taxed. Yeah, it's your money, but it's my land. And actually, it's not your money because what trees did you use to print that money? Actually, there might be a fee for you printing that money. Yeah, yeah. But I still say American Indians, we have to stop loving the money because it still is something that is colonizer created. Come on, we're looking at what happens when you dealing with something that colonizer creates. It's like cotton candy. It just doesn't work in your favor, y'all. If we create the money, we control the bag. If we create our own system of money, we will control the flow of the money, how much goes out. You know, we will always be in control of the bag when we create whatever form of money our nation decides that it wants to use. But let's try to be sensible. The reason why they came here is to own our resources and us. So it's like they came here and put us to work for them. And because we're like slave fodder, We don't get paid like other people get paid. And they created a workforce or a work system where we work most of the week. When American Indians have all this land and all these resources, we should we should be able to sit back and have folks working for us, y'all. That could be part of how you get paid. You're you have use of what you're cultivating, and you're gonna, it's part of your bread and butter. And so we could give you a discount, you know, and so we don't really even have to work. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, you got to understand for the at the foundation of this entity on our land, we were working for free. We were working for free, y'all. They switched roles and made us indentures on our own land because we were prisoners of war. So, like we said before, in their system, when you lose a war, you have to pay the victor. So they put us in debt by saying we lost the war. This was all conquest. You could come here and steal our stuff. You didn't even have to make us indentures because you literally could just take our shit with the doctrine of discovery. But of course, who's going to miss out on the opportunity to make somebody do all the hard, heavy lifting? So they took the land, but they still had us working it. So they really got, like I just said, how we could just sit back and let them work. Ain't that what they was doing when they took over our land? We was, oh my gosh, they had a good thing going, y'all. They had us in their fields. It wasn't for it working our land and not for our profit. That's all owed to us, ladies and gentlemen. That's all owed to us. So the colonial governor, acting as the agent of the English crown, was responsible for issuing land patents after the Virginia Company was dissolved in 1624. So before the governor, it was the Virginia Company that issued land patents, is what we're reading, I do believe. What I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, none of this was us giving ourselves our land. Okay? It's somebody else, a foreigner, deciding that we need a quote unquote land patent. As of March 30th, 2023, we no longer need land patents to claim our land, ladies and gentlemen. It's just the fact of the matter. Okay, so that was the whole thing. This was a very good catch for me, ladies and gentlemen. And I believe I got this on December 1st when I Googled this. Okay, shall we read it one more time straight through? Land patents. The question was, who granted land patents to the Accomack tribe? So the land patents were granted to the Accomack tribe, also known as the Gingaskin Indians, by the English government. Problem number one. Let's move on. Specifically, the colonial government of Virginia acting on behalf of the crown. Problem number two. Okay. The initial reservation of 1,500 acres was established by an act of the Virginia General Assembly. An act? Problem number three of 1640. The official patent for this land was accepted by the tribe in 1641. Problem number, is that number four? Because it was the tribe having to accept what a foreigner did. Okay. Problem one, two, three, four. Okay. So this was accepted by the tribe in 1641, formally recognizing their claim under English law. y'all. Not American Indian law, English law. This process established the Virginia colony's first Indian reservation. So this was the first Indian reservation was an Accomack Indian reservation. We're going to take a quick pause and I shall return. We're back and thank you for your time. So I did say we were going to read through, and what am I doing? Not reading through. Let's try to do this without any comments from Heru. Land patents were granted to the Accomack tribe, also known as the Gingaskin Indians, by the English government, specifically the colonial government of Virginia, acting on behalf of the Crown. The initial reservation, 1,500 acres, was established by an act of the Virginia General Assembly in 1640. The official patent for this land was accepted by the tribe in 1641, formally recognizing their claim under English law. This process established the Virginia colony's first Indian reservation. Let's read that again. This process established the Virginia colony's first Indian reservation. Did not know that. A subsequent patent was issued in 1680 for a reduced area of 650 acres, following various disputes and encroachment by English settlers. The colonial governor, acting as the agent of the English crown, was responsible for issuing land patents after the Virginia Company was dissolved in 1624. Okay, so that means a colonial governor. So the Virginia Company was dissolved, right, y'all? But the English crown was still head honcho. So the Virginia Company was dissolved in 1624. This land patent was given in 1640, right? So what does it mean? We are dominated just from the very beginning, y'all. If this is the first reservation, the Virginia colony, Virginia was the first state. So I don't think it's just, wait. They did try to have a colony in the Roanoke, y'all, but they lost that colony. That colony disappeared. They had the right idea, y'all. The English that came to the Roanoke, they really avoided English domination. They just scattered. So in other words, you have a colony there. So the king keeps coming back, visiting your little colony, making sure you're doing his bidding. This colony said, we want real freedom. We are out. They couldn't find that colony, y'all. That colony, they did not want to be dominated, y'all. That Roanoke colony. They fucked the king's shit up, yo. Pardon my French, but they fucked his shit up by disappearing. Yep. They abandoned the reservation. Yep. Okay, so Uh, so what I'm trying to see here, y'all, is look, if we were running things and this was our government, look at the page right now. A subsequent patent was issued in 1680 for a reduced area of 650 acres following various disputes and encroachment by English settlers. So, y'all, what I'm trying to say is if we establish this government and all of that, why is it working against us, y'all? Do you see what I'm trying to where I'm trying to go with this, uh, ladies and gentlemen? We are not running, the government itself is against us. Do you not see that here? Is it me? A subsequent patent was issued in 1680 for a reduced area of 650 acres. Why would an Indian do that to themselves, ladies and gentlemen? Why would they want to reduce their own, making themselves smaller and giving more to Virginia state? Why would an Indian do that if we established Virginia and that was our government? Why is it acting against us, y'all? And English settlers were encroaching on it. So if we're English, we are encroaching on our own land. Would it be called encroachment if it was our land? But they're saying they're giving it to the English and taking it away from the Accomack Indians, y'all. I don't see where the Accomack Indians, just like any other Indian, has any control in this, y'all. This is what I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing us that the government was in our favor. If we established this government, we should have been able to get. Oh gosh, look at me. I'm falling for the Kool-Aid myself. If we established this government, y'all, there would not be foreigners here encroaching at all. If we establish this government, that's what I'm trying to say. Uh, I don't see any other situation where a country has foreigners come and they just begin to just take over. I don't see in history where that's happening on another landmass. But because American Indians are being told that we're the only people on earth that would allow this to happen, that makes us somehow good. So if we're so good, why are we treated so bad? So in other words, Indians want to believe this. There's another narrative I'm getting is we wanted to help them. Why would we want to do that though? Why? What was in it for us when we're losing land like quicker than Greek's lightning? So then the Indians can say, well, we tried it, they took over. So as after we saw that they were taking over, when were we going to take all this domination that we had and get rid of them? Once we saw that they were taking over, how did we show that this was our land by bossing up on these people and saying, "Wait a minute, you're taking more land that we're giving you? Okay, time to go." When was that going to happen if we were running things, ladies and gentlemen? I'm trying to show you, ladies and gentlemen, we weren't running shit, okay? We were prisoners of war and we had the whole world against us. Do you understand who we were up against, ladies and gentlemen? Do you understand? Africa was nowhere to be found, right? Because Africa is taking the role. We're just the slave market. They come here to take people from our land to your land, and we sit back and what do they have to eat over there? I can't even say popcorn. We sit back and uh, eat our mush while they grab our people. We just sit back and laugh and say, "Bye, bye, boo boo. See you in the next go round." That's what. And we are so proud, some of us, to be African. You mean you're proud that your people sat back and watched you be kidnapped and then history just makes it like Africa. Oh, we need slaves today. Go to the. Oh yeah, did you hear that Africa has a 2-for-1 sale of niggas? Really? Yeah, they free. Let's go to Africa and get us some slaves, y'all. This is what Africa is co-signing on, y'all. This is what Africa is co-signing on. Hmm. And we're supposed to think that they had our back somehow. So they say that that's the largest continent. So that means there's a whole lot of Negroes there, right? We just a little thing compared to them, right? Yet they would sit back and let quote unquote white people, well, these were really Negropeans because the nobility of Europe were black. In fact, they seem to indicate they were North African. So it's like it's the same people stealing from the same people. No. So what I'm trying to say, y'all, is it was us against all of these foreign nobility, yo, and the church sending them. And Africa sitting there acting like, I don't know, Africa played a key role in Europe being developed. Is that's what we're told. So Africa, apparently, the way they telling us, Africa civilized Europe. And then Europe said, okay, now that you done turned into the five and dime for Negro slaves, thank you for rearing us up and teaching us so much. And now we just come to you whenever we need slaves. And I guess Africa says, well, you're going to need some. Of course, we brought you, we reared you up, we civilized you. You think mama going to leave you without some slaves? Come on, boo boo, time for y'all to go. The good ship Jesus come, y'all going somewhere else now. Hmm. That's what Africa is looking like. When we read where, no, we didn't read that, y'all. I was actually looking at something else. When they try to say that that's what happened in Haiti, that the English came or the French, whatever, but they're both the same to me, y'all. It's just that the French are a little more, they like the sweet talking daddy that comes before killer comes. And killer is Britain. Sweet talking daddy comes and says, hey, baby, you want to be civilized? Look at, I got this going on. And you could dress like this and look like me and talk like me and walk like me. And then we could go to church because, Jesus love you. And okay, sweet daddy, let's do that. Then once she agreed to sweet daddy go get the crazy rabid British. And then they just forced themselves to start taking our land. It was like, wait, I thought you let the sweet talking sweet daddy come. And then and now look at you. But yeah, they try to say I read in a little bit about I was trying to get a handle on what happened in Haiti because that's a very convoluted story, y'all. And it's convoluted because the Americans there, yes, Haitians are American, ladies and gentlemen. Big news flash. Because somehow they're trying to make us think that this is the Moors again. They're trying to make us think that Haiti was all African. No. Haiti was American Indian as well, okay? Now they might have gotten infiltrated because what I read was that once again, they needed to get some slaves. You go to the five and dime Africa slave store and you grab your slaves and you bring. So that's what they're saying they did in Haiti. They said they didn't want to. Oh, the priest over there was a specific priest that felt so bad for the American Indians being made slaves and killed and all that. He said, let's stop killing them. Let's go get some from Africa. So he felt so bad for the American Indians there that were being treated bad in Haiti. And he said, we can't treat them so bad. Let's go get some niggas from Africa. But what I'm starting to realize is that's their way of trying to say that there were no people of color in Haiti as well as in America. So that's why they have this constant use of Africa as if it's the target to go come get you. They said, they had Toys R Us. Africa was like Slaves R Us. And they were willing, apparently, because they make it like there was absolutely no resistance in Africa when they go to get slaves. That's how history is actually being read that way, y'all. So this is what I was reading about what they call the Jacobite Rebellion. That's where the French was kind of sort of being like the British, I think. I think in Haiti, the British was a little more like I'm sorry, the French were a little more like how the British do North American Indians. It's a abusive, mean daddy. So the French was bossing up on them Indians in Haiti. And there was one poor little priest that would say, y'all got to stop doing this to these poor American Indians. And so the idea came up was, well, let's just go grab some other Negroes from Africa. But really, ladies and gentlemen, I think what they're actually doing is grabbing other people from the Caribbean. I think that's what's really, really, really happening. That trip from Africa is not, it's not a joke. It's not something you just, that's like, how long does it take to even bring so many people? It's not really practical because it's like the time that it takes for you to bring people from Africa, was it like 3 months or some shit? I mean, by that time, you'll have the people in Haiti done scheming of how to defeat you, because you away grabbing, taking 3 months to bring some African slaves, allegedly. Are you sure you're not grabbing them from the other Caribbean islands or South America? Because that would be a much easier trip. And the ocean ain't no joke, y'all. Their boat apparatus wasn't that great back in them days. I just don't think people were that willing to make that kind of a trip, y'all. Cause then it becomes about rations on the high seas. You got to feed all these people for 3 months, y'all. And the boats were not like what they are today. So I'm thinking they were just grabbing other Americans more than anything, because that's what they were doing with North America. They were grabbing people from the Caribbean and saying that they were African. Um, it's just ugh, convoluted. But anyway, we got to get moving on here. So we just have a number of slides. We did read through this, right? Yeah, we were just showing that before and after uh wait, 16, let's see. My bad, y'all. My bad. The reason why we want to show this, it's my bad, y'all. It was in 1776 when the colonies broke away from British domination, right? So we're in 1640, and what I'm trying to show you, ladies and gentlemen, is that as far back as 1640, Indians were not really running this government. They were being run by the government. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we obviously had no power in the courts unless we had a court that somehow we would lose half the land that they gave us. Wait, look, we went from 1500 to half of 15. Yeah, wait, well, 650 or 650. Let me, I'm bad at that. Almost half, y'all. Not exactly half. Why would we do this to us? Why would a court of our people Why would we have a court of foreigners judging whether we get our land back or not, y'all? Say now this was done in a court, okay? Even in a court, this doesn't make sense. What Indians would vote against Indians having all of their land that was originally given to them? So what I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, it's ill conceived to think that we were running a government because apparently somebody was fighting for the interest of English settlers, and to the extent where Indians were losing and losing and losing and losing. What kind of courts would we set up where we would lose, 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 and lose? Would we have foreigners in our courts? It would be all us, right? So how would the Accomack lose all this land in a court of their peers? And their peers are being called English settlers. So it's not even other Indians, right? If this were in a court situation, y'all. But it's looking to me that now this is, wait a minute. Yeah, let's go back, y'all, because of the Virginia General Assembly. So that's this right here, y'all. Can I highlight when they do a straight line as opposed to this? So maybe we won't do it, but let's see if we can get a straight line. Okay. So that's the best we're gonna get. This Virginia Assembly. Now that's the same one that I'm guessing that it's the same one that took away some of their land. But it's okay. What I'm trying to show, would this Virginia General Assembly, are they the ones, is this Indians that's deciding that the Accomack should only have 1,500 acres? And if this was Indians doing this, why would they do this? Wouldn't Indian court rule that Indians have most of the land, ladies and gentlemen? But you see, we're being told it can only be the Moors telling us this, ladies and gentlemen. It can only be the Moors. That's why we believe them, because these are people of color telling us that we was running things, right? But I'm saying if that was our true court, or this act of the Virginia Assembly, was that what I'm trying to get at? Is that Virginia General Assembly, is that our government, ladies and gentlemen? Reading what we just read, you tell me, is that Virginia General Assembly our government, or is it not? Who is it in favor of when Indians are losing land? Do you follow, ladies and gentlemen? So I'm trying to tell you, when you have American Indians telling you that we were running this government, I think our people are a little bit ashamed to admit that we were completely dominated. I don't know. Maybe they feel like they want us to have some kind of pride. But our pride can get us in trouble, right? How about we look at the truth of the situation so we can get a handle on what needs to be done? Ladies and gentlemen, if they keep telling us that we were running this government, I think I don't know. I'm just gonna have to punch a wall or something, because this is not making sense to me, and I'm tired of this being told to me. I'm tired of this narrative, y'all, because it doesn't make sense. Our people need to know that we had no say and we were being dominated. If we say we are prisoners of war, do we know what it means to be a prisoner of war? Does anybody know what it means to be a prisoner of war anymore? You don't get a say when you're a prisoner, ladies and gentlemen. Someone is dominating you. So this Virginia General Assembly just had an act. Who was on this assembly, y'all? Was it American Indians voting against American Indians for this act? Did they consult the Accomack Indians, do you think, ladies and gentlemen? Virginia General Assembly. Who was part of the Virginia? We would have to Google that, y'all. In fact, I'm going to do it on my phone. Were American Indians part of the Virginia General Assembly of 1640? We're going to look it up. I know lately AI is getting a little sassy with me. Oh my gosh, it's 22 degrees out there, y'all. I ain't going nowhere today. I ain't going nowhere today. God. Although I need to. Okay. Were American Indians part of the Virginia General Assembly of 1640? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read what AI has given me. And I really want to put this puppy to bed once and for all. For us to get out American Indians, we have to know what is us and what is not us. Okay? So the answer that just popped up on my screen, I'm going to take a screenshot because maybe at some point I can show you. I'm trying to get it all. Yeah, it's not going to fit in my screen. So I'm going to take part of it. Okay. Okay. So the answer to the question, ladies and gentlemen, we just read that the initial reservation of 1,500 acres was established by an act of the Virginia General Assembly of 1640. What was that General Assembly made of? Were Indians part of the Virginia General Assembly of 1640? AI says no. American Indians were not part of the Virginia Assembly in 1640. The Assembly was an English colonial governing body composed of the governor and appointed council of state. Indians don't do state, y'all. And elected burgesses, representatives from the English settlement. Who elected the burgesses, ladies and gentlemen? If Indians are not part of the General Assembly of 1640, who elected the burgesses, representatives from the English settlements? The colonies did. Indians had no say with these damn colonies, Americans. Can we put this puppy to bed, ladies and gentlemen? The idea that we had any power? Do you know what a prisoner of war is, or do you not? Do we need to Google that? Ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you Indians didn't have no power, I mean what the hell I say. And I'm not going to be gaslit when all the evidence is showing anybody who really looks at this, it is not even possible. We would not have been having, in other words, ladies and gentlemen, if we were in charge, our land wouldn't be this big topic of who gets what. We would be first of all, we would not be given. We would not take these little reservations because we were all over the place. We couldn't fit on a damn reservation, ladies and gentlemen. We were all over these so-called United States. Once they start reservation our asses, They're breaking us up into little dominated entities. We're going to give you this much land. That is not us making that decision, ladies and gentlemen. What does that mean? We were not in power, ladies and gentlemen. Face it and let us move on. There is nothing to be ashamed about. We were indeed prisoners of war. And let me tell you, when an American Indian is a prisoner, he is not getting good treatment. With all this land, you think they're going to respect you? The respect would be you leaving and going back home. Or if you stay, you get the land that I give you, and no more than that. But you see, ladies and gentlemen, there's a problem there too, because depending on who you let up in your country, you give them a tract of land and they start multiplying like bunny rabbits, they're gonna be saying, well, we need more land, and more and more and more and more. So that's what I mean when I say this whole thing is ill-founded. The whole idea of letting foreigners into your country, what we trying to say, it was a business deal. Well, what kind of prisoner gets to do a business deal? What kind of prisoner gets to do a business deal, ladies and gentlemen? Do you do business with prisoners, or do you dominate prisoners? We got to get our story right, ladies and gentlemen, because if we keep trying to be colonizers going to get away with a lot. Because he's just going to say, you did it to yourself. And that's going to really make us look hella stupid on the world stage. So once and for all, but no, we're not done. But really, I think I could end the video here, y'all, because I didn't think to look up who made up the Virginia General Assembly. Let's read a little more what's on my phone here. With AI, you kind of sometimes get different answers each time you look. But we're gonna go with the first one because it's making sense. The General Assembly, and now I'm still reading from the middle of the reading of 1640 was an exclusively colonial institution. It was oh boy, I really need you know what? Let me see if I can get the AI on here to I'm gonna stop the share for a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Am I gonna pause though? Okay, let me pause for a minute. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. I had to, oh boy. Oh boy, let's see how am I gonna do this. I have to close this. Okay, I didn't want this screen. Okay. So I decided, yes, we're gonna have to look at this. Now, this is a different, like I said, when you ask AI a question, it'll kind of change the answer slightly. So the one I got on my phone is much more, it has more text to it. And we did read it. So um okay. But here's the one we got just now. So we asked AI, were American Indians part of the Virginia General Assembly of 1640? The answer still comes back no. American Indians were not part of the Virginia Assembly in 1640. The assembly was composed exclusively of white, male, land-owning colonists. Americans, along with enslaved Africans, here we go, y'all. Free blacks, here, that's the Negropeans, y'all. These all are the Negropeans, really. If it's not us, y'all. We over here, okay? They calling us Native Americans. Back then, they didn't even use that term. American Indians. Anyway, Native Americans, along with enslaved Africans, free blacks, and most women, were legally denied the right to vote or hold public office in colonial Virginia, y'all. Well, if that doesn't set the record straight, I don't know what does. They were not considered political actors within the English colonial government structure. So now the argument, ladies and gentlemen, is who the fuck government was this? If we keep saying that this is our government, y'all, we are shooting ourselves in the foot because how can you ask for reparations and say that you are the one that was your own downfall? The corporation gonna look at us like we done lost our damn mind. You telling me that you created this government and you want us to pay you reparations because you somehow lost control of your own government? If this is your government, how come you didn't know how to swing it back into your favor? Now they won't ask us this because they actually like when we talk nonsense because they just get again, they know that we don't know what we're talking about. So we come to them saying, "Well, this is our government. You took it away from us." Well, whose fault is that though? If I took away your government and you didn't know your own laws to swing it back to your favor, who made your laws in your government? Well, we did, but we just was too dumb to know how. Oh, you know what? That's not my problem. Your ignorance of your law. Now, it's one thing to be ignorant of a foreigner's law, but ignorance of your own law. Do you know how that makes you look on the world stage? Are you sure you want to claim that this is your government, American Indians? Are you sure you want to do that? We just read a mouthful. I feel like I really should end the video here because anything else is overkill. We done hit the mother load right here. We got to figure out what was going on in Virginia before the Revolutionary War. This is prior to the Revolutionary War, ladies and gentlemen. So if you think it got better after the Revolutionary War, you're kidding yourselves. You can. It was never better. All of this is bad for American Indians. Pre American Revolutionary War and post American Revolutionary War. Post American Revolutionary War was just sort of pretending that something changed, and it didn't. In fact, it got worse because what happened was American Indians became pretty much that around this after the Revolutionary War, you're basically getting set up to be quote unquote emancipated, right? But then part of your emancipation is you're becoming a federal citizen, not a state citizen. You see what we're reading right now, ladies and gentlemen? That was a state thing, not a federal thing. If y'all don't know the difference between a federal and state, you're looking at it right here. This is before the federal government existed as we know it, y'all. 1640. Let's look. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Needless to say, at this point, ladies and gentlemen, this 1868 is when the federal United States citizen was created. What is the date on that screen, ladies and gentlemen? 1640? Okay, what kind of citizen you think exists at this time, ladies and gentlemen? Because again, there was no 14th Amendment in 1640. Okay, so what happened after the Revolutionary War, ladies and gentlemen? The federal United States citizen was created. So did it get better for us, ladies and gentlemen, or worse? It was already bad if we're reading this thing and understanding what it's saying. Let's read it again. But the point here, ladies and gentlemen, is we're talking 1640. There's no such thing as a 14th Amendment citizen at this time. What kind of citizen did they have, ladies and gentlemen? It was white citizens. White land stealing colonists. White male land stealing colonists. They weren't, I'll put you this way, it was an ecumenical based theft because it was the Church of Rome that told these people they could come here and take what is ours as their own, and we are like the cattle on the land that comes with the quote unquote property. So, like, say now they came here, we might as well been a herd of cows when they took our land, because that's exactly how they saw us. Due to the doctrine of discovery which was established by the Church of Rome. So again, in 1640, what kind of citizens do we have, ladies and gentlemen? These were citizens of Virginia, not the District of Columbia. These were citizens, male citizens, white male citizens of Virginia. They were state citizens, not federal citizens. So this is good because we get to, once again, see the difference. At this point, American Indians are not citizens at all because they're not allowed to be, and we're not supposed to be. We're not supposed to be citizens, ladies and gentlemen. Only white male. We are supposed to be the landowners. So today, if we call ourselves citizens, we're degrading ourselves. We're making ourselves foreign. We own this land by birthright. And if we don't stand up on that, we're forever going to be trampled on as anything else. We have to know our lane, ladies and gentlemen. Were we part of this General Assembly? No, the hell we were not. Let's finish reading. No, American Indians were not part of Virginia's General Assembly in 1640. The assembly was composed exclusively of white male land-owning colonists. So you could be a black nobility and be of the white status. Okay? I believe that's who was under them Ku Klux Klan's uh, face sheets, head sheets, or whatever. Because the way they were discriminating against us, y'all, they didn't have to wear no damn mask. It was law for them to come for us. They didn't have to wear no damn mask. What you hiding for? Because most of them were not white. I'm going to say them was the Moors right there. That's how my logic go, y'all. That's how my logic work. I'm just going with what makes the most sense to me. Why were they suddenly ashamed when they came as the Ku Klux Klan, ladies and gentlemen? Mind you, they were wearing, at that time, crescent moons like the Islamics do, right? They were wearing the crescent moon and the star. Back in the day, the Ku Klux Klan used to dress, to me, they just look like a sick satanic version of Santa Claus, even though Santa Claus is satanic already. That was like a super duper, super kind of fragilistic whatever that thing goes. They was really showing their colors with them outfits back then, y'all. They had the Santa Claus satanic Ku Klux Klan, and the shit was even red and white, if I recall correctly in the picture. They look like satanic Santa Clauses, for real though. But I'm saying, why all of a sudden would they be ashamed of what they was doing when it was lawful for them to do it? Why would the Ku Klux Klan wear sheets on their head unless there was some niggas under that, yo? That's why I can't imagine what they would sit there. They took pictures, y'all. No face mask at all of them watching some Negro at the barbecue. So why do they need masks or head gear when they on their giddy up horses coming with their torches? I'm sorry. Pardon y'all. I know this is not funny. I know this is not funny. This is trauma you're hearing, okay? You know, some people when trauma hit them, they just start laughing. So pardon y'all. This is not funny at all. But I'm just trying to show you that it doesn't make sense for the Ku Klux Klan to wear any kind of covering because they were very bold with their discrimination. It was completely legal, okay? Which is another reason why I say, why do Indians think that why do Indians think that we made this legal system when it's so clearly against us? I don't understand it, y'all. I think we just want to believe that we had something, right? We did. It just wasn't this, y'all. That's all. Can we accept that and move on, please? Yo, you look how y'all make Heru have to do these deep dives because y'all got me wondering if we actually did create this damn government. When everything in my soul is saying, how could I have? How could I be part of a people that created this? How could I? I refuse to let that bloodline exist. Uh, so let's read this, y'all. This is 1640, y'all. So this is when uh, this would be that time frame where we should have had, in other words, the further back you go, we should be in control, y'all. And as history progresses, we lose more and more control. At this point, y'all, we should have had a lot more control than this. It is not looking good, y'all. So how far back do we have to go to understand that we had no power? How far y'all need Heru to go to show you that? Nope, we was being dominated back then too. So unfortunately, American Indians, it's a good thing. It's a good thing that we can look at this and get clear. Because we got to stop thinking that we are our own worst enemy. Okay, we really do. We're not. We're not that. Okay, so let's read this whole thing because you know my mouth goes a mile a minute. Again, okay, we're gonna start all over. Let's breathe, Heru. Let's see if we can read without stopping. I know you get excited. Can you calm your ass down and sort of help people to get a flow here? Okay, control yourself, nigga. Control yourself. Okay, ancestors, please control your boy. The question we're asking: were American Indians part of the Virginia General Assembly of 1640? Because apparently they were running things back then. And the answer is no. American Indians were not part of the Virginia General Assembly of 1640. The assembly was composed exclusively of white male land owning colonists. Native Americans or American Indians, along with enslaved Africans, yeah, right, free blacks, that's Negropeans, and most women were legally denied the right to vote or hold public office in colonial Virginia. They were not considered political actors within the English colonial government structure. The General Assembly did, however, deliberate on matters concerning relations with the Powhatan Indians, including land disputes and treaties, but without any indigenous representation. So we were not represented in their government. But the funny thing is, ladies and gentlemen, even after the Constitution, 1787. So at this point, ladies and gentlemen, they don't even have a federal constitution. They have what we looked at last time. We tried to look a little bit at the first Virginia Constitution, right? So in that Constitution, they were basically listing their complaints against King George. Now, the Moors now are going to have a bunch of King Georges for us to choose from because they're trying to say that that was our king. But beware of that, ladies and gentlemen. There were a whole lot of people known as uh, George Washington, or they're trying to say he was King George, the one who was married to Charlotte. But then when you point out that, well, the only George that we know of that was married to a Charlotte was the King George that everybody was trying to break away from. They said, oh no, they stole his identity. How convenient these more for them to just lie. But anyway, so we looked at, so now what I'm saying, there is no 1787 Constitution that's saying that we are Article 1, Clause 2, Section 3, Indians not taxed. At this point in history, ladies and gentlemen, there is no Indians not taxed because they know that we're not part of this. At this point, even without that clause, Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, Indians not taxed, not represented, not counted in the census. Even in 1640, we were not part of this government. We were a people being taken over. Are we clear? They were not getting along with us, ladies and gentlemen. We talked about how they quote unquote crowned Chief Powhatan. We talked about how they kidnapped the daughter of Chief Powhatan. They're not getting along with us, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have any control. We don't have any say. It says they did, however, deliberate on matters concerning relations with the Powhatan Indians. We were the premier Indians. I'm glad they said that, y'all. So they're even back here, they're dealing with only uh the Powhatans, y'all. Algonquin Indians. Okay? That's why we have to go back. See, ladies and gentlemen, this is why we have to go back to being Algonquin. All the other Indians, we cannot be sure they existed at first contact. What they did was make a bunch of some unknown Indians and say that, oh yeah, they've been there for like since 2300 BC. That's a damn lie. That's a damn lie. Again, why aren't you dealing with them and you're only dealing with the Algonquins? Even here, you're telling us that the General Assembly, they did acknowledge Powhatan Indians to some degree, although even us, they did not. Well, I'm not part of the Powhatan, but I told y'all, Powhatan came to my nation and asked us to assist him in fighting the English. And my Indians, they said no. Now I'm going to explain to y'all. I'm going off on a tangent, but I really want to explain this. The reason why my Indians said no when I read my reading is because by that time we had already been, shall we say, seduced by the English who treated us nicely. You see, what the English were doing, they were playing chess when we were playing checkers. So they knew that once they got us on their side, and they did. So in other words, at that point, we didn't have a reason to not trust them. So they had already lived among us, and we were doing okay for a short time, but that's all part of the domination process, y'all. In aftermath, we ended up, they say now we don't, they say we're extinct. That's what they're saying about my nation of Indians, y'all. They saying they're now extinct. There was some Indians there called the Wyatteniac, but they gone now. You see, we lose in the end, ladies and gentlemen, in a system that we quote unquote created. So the Moors feed us the lie that we created this government, the more we cannot really get remedy. Because if we created it, that means we're our own worst enemy. And this government they don't laugh in your face, but they are laughing at you because you still don't know who the hell you are. And they're saying, wow, that shit really worked on these Negroes. How do you get a great people to become virtual idiots? Just get some other people that look like them to tell them. And that's the more. The more says, we can do that for you. We are you. The more said, we can do that. So the Moors are constantly telling us, we know this, y'all. You are a Moor. This, if we could sum up what a Moor is saying to American Indians, you are a Moor. You are a Moor. That's in one sentence, that's they got a death grip hold on that phrase. You are a Moor. They go to everybody that they meet and say, the first thing they say is, you are a Moor. Now they don't let us see them saying that to Asians, Arabs. They don't let us see that part, right? We just see them coming to us. Because look, I look like you, right? So you are a Moor. But then when they go to the other countries, they say, you are a Moor. Because when we first got here, you was black, but now you look like this. But you are a Moor. It's like they're a wind-up doll. There's a switch behind them. You wind it, you are a Moor. And then you take the doll by the feet and crash that nigga head up against the brick wall, say, you're a fucking motherfucking liar. You a goddamn liar. Just keep hitting that head up against that wall. You a motherfucker until he say, you are American. Reprogram that nigga and make it say, you are American. And I am. Thank you. And then just throw the little shit away. Put it in the garbage. Yeah. Ship it to Africa or Morocco, wherever. Just get it out of here, please. Get that demon doll out of here. Okay. So yeah. What was we saying? See, it's the Moors telling us that we created this system because they need to make us guilty, y'all. I'm telling you. That is the job of the black Moor. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a quick pause for a minute. How do we pause this? Okay, okay, stop share. I shall be right back. We are back. Pardon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's share our screen again. And did we make it through this last reading? Okay, we didn't. I don't think we did. The general, I keep saying I'm going to read it through, and I don't, and I stop, right? But let's start with the last paragraph. The General Assembly did, however, deliberate on matters concerning relations with the Powhatan Indians. We are first, Algonquins are first contact Indians. That's why we want to identify as Algonquin, because we make sure we get that first place. We cannot be too sure about the other Indians, but we can be sure that we were all of the same blood originally. We were the same group of Indians. We were American, but we can't be sure what the civilized tribes. We know that they were infiltrated. Okay, that's why they're called civilized, because they were more infiltrated than any other quote unquote uncivilized Indian. Okay, so we went off on a tangent again. Okay, so the General Assembly did, however, deliberate on matters concerning relations with the Powhatan Indians, including land disputes and treaties. The treaties were bogus. Okay, let's move on. But without any indigenous representation. So you're not represented, ladies and gentlemen. As far back as 1640, you are not even represented in their government. You wasn't supposed to be. You supposed the idea was we had our own shit. And now, but it wasn't this shit. Okay? That's so anything we did, they didn't go by what we did, ladies and gentlemen. Else we would still have our land, right? I mean, that's obvious, right? So they were running the show, ladies and gentlemen. I don't care how much we want to believe that we were in charge. We simply were not. But that's great because now we have a case against this system. We are civil, what they call civil. We are actually really that. So, following the Third Anglo Powhatan War, the Treaty of 1640 is, see, that's the Treaty of Powhatan. That's the Powhatan Treaty, y'all. That's the first treaty, I believe, between Indians, right? But then they don't want to talk about Algonquin Indians. Yes, the treaty was bogus, but it shows that we were a separate. What I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, there is no point where we were hand in hand with colonizer running things, okay? Let's just get that out of our mind, okay? It didn't happen. It didn't happen. They came here, they made treaties that they didn't go by. How the hell are we going to be running the government when they didn't even go by the treaties, though? We don't have a say. Following the Third Anglo-Powhatan War, the Treaty of 1646 established reservations and defined a racial frontier. So that means if you're Negro ass, you wasn't part of this, okay? You didn't have no government, okay? This was not your government because it's too piled up against you and you're not represented in it. Formalizing the separation between the two peoples and English control over the land. I just should end the video right here, y'all. Because all those slides I got, if you can see the top of the screen, is basically, I'm like, how many ways can I find to show people that we ain't run nothing? And we still ain't. It just got worse over time, y'all. The treaty was window dressing. They were going to get rid of those just like they didn't pay no attention to no damn land patents, y'all. None of it was legitimate because this was what? Conquest. Don't let no Indian tell you that they had power. They did not. They were being lied to by Moors. They were being lied to that by people that look just like them. That's the only reason why they believe any of this nonsense. Deliberated on matters concerning relations with the Powhatan Indians, including land disputes. Here's how the disputes went, y'all. We want to take your land, American Indians, and we're going to. End of dispute. There was we had no power to even keep our land, y'all. How are we going to run a government when we can't even keep our land? Could y'all explain that to me, please? Are we living in some kind of delusion? Except that we were completely overtaken, and it wasn't necessarily okay. There was gun power involved, but the most success they had with American Indians was through their religion, y'all. The mind programming of their religion is really what the secret ingredient to complete and total domination of a human mind. All they had to do was tell us that God said. And there we went off running to the races, y'all. Running to perdition, y'all. Running right head on into it. They told us we were sinners, and we took that quite literally. Meanwhile, we getting everything stolen from us. Meanwhile, we converting and we still getting treated like shit. What gives here? Really want, if you can, please, if you could please read what we are looking at to yourself without my distraction. And please absorb what's on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, please. This is the first group of Indians that they run into. Do you think it got any better with any other Indians? Please read what's on the screen, if you will, please. I really would appreciate it. I would like for you to read it with your own mind and not so much with my big mouth yapping and going all over the place. Ladies and gentlemen, please read the screen. Please absorb this and remember this. Please take a screenshot if you can. I really want us to be clear what our work is. They're telling us that we're not part of this. What that means, ladies and gentlemen, is when you try to act in this system, you are going to lose because you were never supposed to be part of it. They have every right to make you lose until you understand this was not made for you. This was not made to benefit American Indians, none of it. So you come into us thinking that we're supposed to give you some kind of relief, you must be delusional. You think we're going to honor treaties? If we don't honor treaties, what do you think we're going to do with your land patent? Jail and think about how we can make something up while you're sitting in jail. And they will make up something. And what can we say, ladies and gentlemen? We are literally being held in a fucking cage. What that for them to even do that, clearly we have not done what we're supposed to do, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm not blaming us. I'm just saying we got to stop listening to Moors. We got to stop believing that this is our government because everything it does is against us. It is not serving us to say that we are kicking our own ass and then claim that someone is doing something to us. Because if it's us that's our own problem, that means they're not doing anything wrong. You see? So if we keep taking credit for our own ass kicking, all they're gonna say is, well, it seems like you like kicking your ass. Why should I stop you? That is your right to kick your own ass. But if you say that I did it, you gotta say what you mean and mean what you say and act on it. Stop coming to me for your paperwork. That right there tells me that you don't have a clue of what you're standing on. You don't have a clue of your own birthright if you're coming to me for permission. If you think I'm going to honor your land patent just because you said, what, meanwhile, you have not declared why you have the power to tell me what to do. What's your declaration? You're going to say that this government has no jurisdiction. They weren't supposed to, if they read the Constitution correctly. And if we're a sovereign people, the Commerce Clause doesn't make sense because the Commerce Clause is saying that some foreigner has the right to be regulators in our resources. Well, that doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make sense. Why do I need a foreigner to handle my resources or regulate my resources? So again, the Constitution says we're sovereign, but then they try to say, well, because of the Commerce Clause, you're not sovereign. And then by the end of the document, they're saying that we're supposed to be citizens via the 14th Amendment. So that is what's been happening. Look at the Constitution, y'all, and you will see that that's exactly what this whole system has been doing the whole entire time, slowly moving us away from a dominant position to a completely subservient position. That is the trajectory of how an Indian is supposed to evolve in this system. You're not supposed to gain power, you lose power. But now they don't have a leg to stand on because the doctrine of discovery has been repudiated. So that will be part of your declaration. If you are a Negro, or what they call a Negro, and you are part of a civilized tribe, I want to say to you, and I think I said it before, how do you get out of that? You're going to have to say that something to the effect of, I am renouncing my claim as a civilized Indian because it's a conflict of interest for me to be a civilized Indian because that means I'm basically genociding myself as the first man or woman of the land. So it's a conflict of interest for me as an Indian to be civilized because all that does is hand over all my authority to a foreigner. So you, as a Indian that was part of a civilized tribe, you're going to say being civilized is a conflict of interest that leaves me no control of my land. So therefore, I am declaring myself as an uncivilized Indian. As an uncivilized Indian, I don't need any paperwork from any foreign, federal, state, or international entities. I make my own paperwork. And starting with my declaration, where I am now claiming that any land that is said to be my land as, an American Indian. Now, what's going to happen is we're going to join as uncivilized Indians. What that means is the land is going to be ours just as uncivilized Indians. We're going to have to, wherever we are, it's going to have to be considered shared land for us as American Indians. So we're going to dissolve our divisions so that we can join as a contingency of uncivilized first birthright American Indians. So what that means, ladies and gentlemen, is for a time, we're just going to be American Indians regardless of whatever linguistic group they're saying we came from. But we want to say that we're identifying as first contact Indians only, who don't have to be civilized and who were slowly having our land taken from us until to the point we have no say even over the food that we're eating because we have a colonizer controlling our food and they're creating compromised food because they're still genociding us. Now, I'm not saying you have to put all of this in your, I'm sorry, in your declaration. What I'm saying is this is what's at stake, and this is why we need to be uncivilized. If you're an Iroquois, you're doing the same thing. You're renouncing being ever known as civilized because it's a conflict of interest that puts you at enmity with the larger family of Americans. So you're saying, nope, I'm jumping ship. I'm no longer doing the bidding of a foreigner. I'm no longer participating in the genocide of other American Indians because I feel that they are uncivilized. They have a right to be uncivilized. In fact, being civilized never did anything good for any American Indian, point blank, period. So as American Indians, wherever we stand, that land is ours for the sake of other American Indians. We have to represent each other in a peaceful manner. We're not going to be fighting anybody. We're going to make our declarations and we're going to make every public servant or every public official know that they don't have the authority over us. And we don't pay them any taxes. So that taxing has to stop. We're going to say something about encroaching immigrants on our land without our say. Because that's one of the biggest tools of a colonizer. They just, well, if we don't have the Indians anymore, let's just invite the world again. That no, because now you're still working a genocide mission on us. You cannot do that anymore. The doctrine of discovery has been repudiated. So, American Indians, what am I saying? If you're in a 501c3, get out. You don't have to be a 501c3. In fact, being that is what's limiting you from getting what's yours. They're going to be trying to parcel it out to you. Oh, we can give you this today if we feel like it, but tomorrow we might take it back again. So Indians have to get out of all that has been created. And as we see, this has been going on since before, quote unquote, revolutionary war. They emancipated themselves from the British crown. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. So, ladies and gentlemen, you know what? This what we looked at is so good that I almost don't want to go any further because I want the focus to be what's on the screen right now. Because I was very confused by the idea that we had course and we had this and we had that. When all I know is that Chief Powhatan was being all kinds of tricked And then boom, now we have a General Assembly and there's no Indians there. Indians are not being represented in the decisions that are being made. That's what we read in the third paragraph there. The General Assembly did, however, deliberate on matters concerning relations with the Powhatan Indians, including land disputes and treaties, but without any indigenous representation. That's like having a dictator, y'all. That's what Congress is claiming that they are over us. They say they have plenary authority, but they're finally starting to have to question that quote unquote plenary authority. But in other words, you had the Indians on one side, and then you had the General Assembly on the other side. The two did not mix. Indians did not have shared power. They are losing land, as we read in the first slide that we looked at, went from 1,500 acres to 650. How are we in control, ladies and gentlemen? Why would we allow foreigners to reduce what land we have? We should have been limiting their land if we were in control. Okay, so we looked at this one. Now, so we're going to leave this, ladies and gentlemen. This was something I didn't intend to pull up, but I think it's probably the best slide that I have for you today, reading what's on the screen right now. So maybe we'll just, so there was, when I tried to look deeper into, the whole unlawful imprisonment, I um, became aware of Virginia. And actually, I had come across him before we did our videos regarding releasing Lisa Cypress. So I had become acquainted with Virginia, and so I figured, well, I was just trying to ask all kind of questions to figure out where did the land patent come from. So I asked, did Chief Virginia uh, uh, grant a land patent, something to that effect? Oh, did he have an English? Okay. No, Chief Virginia did not have an English land patent. So I'm thinking maybe did he grant the, because that would make sense, but he didn't. We saw who did, right? But it would have been more logical for an Indian to give any kind of paperwork to another Indian to make sure that that stayed within Indian ownership. All of this land is supposed to be our ownership, ladies and gentlemen. We really need to be getting hell of a payment of rent ongoing, on an ongoing basis, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it should be. As long as we have foreign entities here, they should be, that the land is ours. They should be, nobody gets land for free unless it's in like a conquest war situation or a complete psyop, religious psyop type of deal. So, so we're just trying. I was at this point. I was trying to figure out what makes a land patent legitimate. Colonization does. That's what makes it legitimate. But colonization is really a theft. So, no, Chief Virginia did not have an English land patent. The concept of a land patent, which conferred exclusive individual ownership in the European sense, was entirely foreign to the 16th century Algonquin culture he belonged to. Now, I didn't even mention Algonquin, but AI recognizes Chief Virginia as an Algonquin Indian. So land ownership was foreign to us because we saw it was all of our land, all of American Indians' land. So let's finish reading. The concept of a land patent, which conferred exclusive individual ownership in the European sense, was entirely foreign to the 16th century Algonquin culture Chief Wiginia belonged to. Key differences in land tenure. The Algonquin view. Native American cultures generally held that land belonged to the community for shared use and stewardship, not for exclusive individual ownership or as a commodity to be bought and sold. We do not sell our land, but when we have foreigners that want to be here, they would have to leave. I told y'all in Africa, there's no such thing as a foreigner coming there and owning land. They lease that land, and it's on a time limit basis. That's the best we can do in America, y'all, is to because the land has to stay American Indians. But we can, if someone is just so desperate to, I don't know, be on our land, it will be on the basis of a lease. And it's not a permanent lease. I was very actually a bit surprised to find out that Africa only leases land and they don't have a concept of land ownership either. So it seems to be that what's happening in Africa is the leaders are pocketing that money while the people, well, we kind of see. So the Algonquin view was that Native American cultures or American Indian cultures would be better. We want to stick with the more legally sound term. Native American is really not a term found in, major documents early on. And it's not in the Constitution. So we kind of have to use Indian for the time being. But we know that Blacks were first known as Indian, but politically we were always just American. So the Algonquin view is that American Indian cultures generally held that land belonged to the community for shared use and stewardship, not for exclusive individual ownership or as a commodity to be bought and sold. So you can kind of see how selling us our land as an individual still put us at a disadvantage because as an individual, we don't have the support of the tribe. But they're claiming that once you become a tribe, they have plenary. So they making sure that we don't have a structure around us that supports us as an individual. We're just by ourselves because they're claiming to have plenary authority over Indian tribes. So they really felt that they had us on lockdown. Because again, as we always say, the challenge is, do you dare to step to the government as an Indian not taxed by yourself? And ladies and gentlemen, the answer has to be hell yeah. What else am I gonna do? Let you dominate me for the rest of my whole entire existence on earth? Or am I gonna look at that damn constitution and what you were supposed to go by and say, hell yeah, I'm gonna stand on that Indian not tax. Yes, I am. And then I'm gonna get the fuck out of this whole entire construct. Indian not tax is a diving board article for Indians to get their own shit together. We're not supposed to be in this system, y'all. has been extremely toxic to us, as a matter of fact. And we're not saying anything about acting aggressively. We are peaceful American Indians because we are law abiding. Meaning, when we read Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, we know what the hell it means, unlike Congress. It's making a killing on taxing us. Because what the idea is, they don't, with so many Negroes here, because this is our land, there's more of us, and us paying them, they have a lot of extra pocket change, y'all. Although they print it out, it has to pass through our hands for the ritual to be complete. So you might say, well, that's their money anyway. They don't, you Negroes, uh, you just holding their fiat dollars. That's very true. And I would agree, yes. It is, but you see, that money, it has it has our energy attached to it. And that's what they're feeding off of. So they know that they control our emotions when we are in a state of lack. And that's what their deity is feeding off of, whether they know it or not. They're so used to feeding this deity, they don't even know that that's what they're doing. But they somehow know, let these Negroes feel a sense of lack constantly. And they will always emit loosh. That is the energy that a parasitical deity feeds off of, is loosh. Let me look that up, because for the longest I hadn't looked up that word. Excuse me. But we're gonna try to look it up now real quick. But I believe that's the word, loosh. It's the energy that comes from basically suffering, I believe. Let me look. Okay. Loosh is a term from metaphysical esoteric belief systems describing a subtle energy or life force generated by sentient beings, especially humans, through intense emotions like fear, pain, love, or joy. But because they are low vibrational, it's fear, pain, that is the energy when lack is present. The loosh that is emitted from us as humans is fear, and not physical pain, but more of like an emotional pain. It's called loosh. Loos, as in Sam, H. Uh, okay. So it is generated by sentient beings, especially humans, through intense emotions like fear, pain, love, or joy, which is theorized to be harvested by non-physical entities like demons as sustenance or fuel, forming a cosmic energy food chain where suffering produces potent loosh. It's essentially emotional energy that feeds spiritual or interdimensional beings, a concept popularized by figures discussing out of body experiences and consciousness. Key aspects of loosh: the source, generated by all organic life, but most potently by humans from strong emotional experiences. When we see incidences like George Floyd, that was a feeding frenzy for the beings, the beings that being served. And we're not going to do a big deep dive, but today, I think I spoke of earlier, I was looking into the planets and the deities associated with the planets. Saturn is associated with the deity Set. Set is the dominant, uh, shall we say, force that is dominating the Americas. And through the Americas, it gets to dominate the rest of the world. It's a Sethian energy. It's war, chaos, uh, storm, war, chaos, deity. But the key is chaos and a constant war. In the United States, when war is declared, it's supposed to be undeclared. And one thing I learned from, I believe it was Anna von Reitz, is that every time a war was declared, it was never undeclared. And so what that does, it's declaring war and then just living in that declaration of war and never undeclaring it. Now, you're supposed to declare peace after the war. If you make a declaration, you're telling the world and you're telling the energies that you are in war, are at war. If you don't undeclare it, it stays. And what ultimately the war is against American Indians. That is the war that an entity like the United States is constantly dealing with. It's become institutionalized. I have to detach from this, ladies and gentlemen. I don't even know why we still need to be a part of it. We see what it's for over 200 years, it's been doing what it does. Where in there do you think you're going to catch a break? It's a trick. It's not a break. It's a trick. It's a hook. It's a bait. When are we going to learn that that's all that's ever happening? We're getting baited into even more insidious traps. We have to make our declaration, y'all. And we got to declare that we are identifying as first contact American Indians. If you don't want to say Algonquin, just say first contact American Indians. Because when we look at that map of Virginia, it looks like whoever those Indians were, they saying it was Algonquin. Some of our Indians have a problem with that word, but somewhere we're going to have to claim that identity, even if we don't use that word. We have to be first contact Indians, y'all. We can't say that about the 5 civilized tribes. We simply don't know when they showed up. But it's looking to me that they were not present when Virginia stretched across the entire United States, okay? We were all Virginia Indians, okay? Because Virginia was from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean. So we would have to just basically say that that means all Indians were Virginia Indians. Just different cultures of Virginia Indians. If Virginia stretched across the entire America and you dealt with a chief, one chief, that must have been our chief, y'all. Okay. So what were we were reading about Loosh. So the source of Loosh is generated by all organic life but most potently by humans from strong emotional experiences. If you ever get a chance to catch a serious film that kind of speaks to all we're seeing right now with the Epstein this and the Diddy that and blah blah blah. Well, Diddy, I don't know how much of it was in Diddy, but there's a film called Doctor Sleep, and that kind of tells you a little bit about how the elites are operating and what they feed off of. It is depicted in the film Doctor Sleep. If you get a chance to watch that, you'll be rather shocked to I was shocked that they put that in a film because you know they're showing you what they're doing with children. And when they make a movie like that, basically they're trying to get us to co-sign on that. But when you see something like that, you just have to cover yourself and you have to call that out as this cannot be godly, not in the benevolent sense of the word godly. Feeding off of young children's energy because it's a pure energy and it's very potent. Is that what we're here for? To feed off of each other like some kind, they call it civilized, but when you're calling yourself civilized and this is what you're doing, it's not very civilized. It's parasitical. I would really ask American Indians particularly to sit down and watch Dr. Sleep if you haven't seen it already, because they're telling you, oh, this is definitely real. This is that. Actually, it is what one of the Corey Hames, Corey Feldman also tried to talk about this in a film that he produced, which I don't recall the film, but it's basically talking about, and we talked about this in our earlier videos, I think in the first four videos, I talked about the adrenochrome. And Corey Feldman, the actor who was just completely enamored of Michael Jackson, I think Corey Feldman, you can tell he just apparently was a complete fanboy for Michael Jackson, and he seems to like to really imitate him. And you know what? More power to him. This is a Caucasian male, and he's letting you know in no uncertain terms who his inspiration is, and he's shameless about it. And that's why I kind of what's the word? I can rock with Corey Feldman. Again, you can tell this is someone who he can't be a racist because he's far too enamored with Michael Jackson, and there's no shame in his game. He don't care if you think that he's imitating Michael Jackson. That's what he's trying to do, you know. And I think for somebody like Corey Feldman, now you got to realize Corey Feldman is calling out the industry for what it does with young children. There's no way he could love Michael Jackson when he's calling out the entire industry, but trying to imitate Michael Jackson. You see, it's not consistent. So therefore, Michael Jackson was not harming these children. Corey Feldman would call him out if he did. He would not be imitating him. He would not be imitating a pedophile because he's calling them out. And the funny thing is, his film came out, and I remember thinking to myself, I thought the shutdown was partly because of Corey Feldman's film, because I kid you not, his film came out one week, and next week we went into lockdown, the COVID lockdown, y'all. And I thought to myself, that is amazing. He had something like a pay-per-view, so you couldn't just watch it. You had to, well, of course, he wanted to make a living off of it. He is an actor and he is in the film industry. So I can't blame him for wanting to pull in a little profit for his work. So you had to become a member to watch it. It's not made public, and it couldn't be. This is not something that they'll make a movie like Doctor Sleep, and that's how they'll tell you. But to have a real life actor talk about his experience and call out, and I think at the time he was calling out people by name. And if he didn't say their name exact, he let you know, he gave you a good enough description where you could figure it out. That's what I recall. But yeah, Corey Feldman, he was calling out pedophiles, not trying to imitate them. So more power to Corey Feldman. People make fun of him, but I really, I think he's just like Michael Jackson. He's a good soul, y'all. That's how I see him. But anyway, look at how we just go off and all focus. The English view. The English believed in private property rights. And notice they're calling it property. Here, we're talking about land. In colonizer world, he's talking about property. The English believed in private property rights and that land could be owned by an individual and transferred through legal documents like charters, y'all. Not something that we believed in, y'all. So therefore, we don't have to go by them. Queen Elizabeth I granted a patent to Sir Walter Raleigh to explore and claim lands for England, effectively giving him rights over territories already inhabited by American. Uh-oh, we didn't get that part. Oh, you know what it was, ladies and gentlemen? When I took the picture with my phone, it the I this is I on the phone you can scroll, but I wanted a screenshot. So I didn't get the whole thing, y'all. But I got enough. What are we trying to convey here, ladies and gentlemen? Is that we don't need their patents and their charters are not, we don't have to recognize them. You see, we are sovereigns, right? They exercise their sovereignty by dominating us. And they said the church gave them the right to do that. So God, they believe that God gave them the right. And then they got us to worship that God. You see how ass backward that is? They come with a God that gave them the right to take our land and turn around and got us worshiping that God. And we don't figure out why we are in the position we are in. Because we're so in love with Jesus. And we're so, when love makes you blind and makes you a fool, that's what's going on here. That's what's going on here, y'all. We are beyond foolish because this is crazy. I'm willing to give up any deity that stands between me and my land, y'all. That's the energy that's the ancestors have re-energized my body with. Yeah, it is not so much I, it is the awakening. It is the energy from the ancestors. I can only look at it that way because never in my life did I expect to be even doing what I'm doing right now, y'all. And that is a fact. That is a fact. The ancestors knew this before I did. And so I am ever grateful. Um, say something that just popped in my head too. This has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but you know how I be doing. No, I came across a video. I think people are familiar with Susan Hay. She's like that positive thinker type of uh, guru. I was, it was interesting to see, to revisit, because I knew about her from way back, but to revisit her claim about talking to yourselves, because the awakening, it it's something that is on a cellular level. And so that's why I just thought about Susan Hay. And I was very once again awed by her claims that you have to speak to yourselves. She says you tell yourselves how much you love them and appreciate them and thank them for healing your body. And I was sitting here watching this. I think it was like late in the early morning, and I was sort of at those hours where you're sort of in a, I don't know, like a very relaxed state. And as I'm watching this video and started saying what she was telling me to say to my body, this incredible warmth started to emanate. And it felt like it was coming from my, what do they call it, your solar plexus. It just started to get really warm. And I felt like there was a warmth, a very comforting warmth just emanating from that place. As I'm telling my body how much I love it, and oh, you the bomb, you the nigga, you the. I wasn't using that language. But I was just thanking my cells, and I was talking to them as if they were like individuals. And I have to say, I felt that, y'all. I felt that. I really did. I'm not kidding. The warmth was it. It's you can't describe it. It's not just. It's like being hugged from the inside, y'all. But not one of those sloppy hugs that you'd be like, "Oh, get off me!" you know. It was just. It felt good. So there's a lot of positive going on in this awakening, and that was one of them. Um, yeah, I'm not. I'm about to go off on another tangent, but I'm going to try to reel it back in because I sort of had another experience that was kind of amazing. I think I talked about it, but it had to do with like so. Now this is another video I was watching where they were talking about your etherical body. I don't know if I talked about this in my previous video, but they the subject matter was that every time you sleep, you're not really sleeping, you're literally leaving your body and go your spirit is just going into that other place, but it's still attached to your body by like a what they call like a silver cord. And so I what I did was um I was watching the video, but I was falling asleep as I'm watching it, and it was talking about all of this and talking about your etherical body. It's just like your body, but it's unseen. And part of the video, I don't know if I talked about this in my last video. Did I? If I did, I'm repeating it. And I apologize for the redundance. But part of the video, the narrator was saying, try to, when you're out of your body, try to touch your hands together. And he's saying that's how you're going to know if it's real or if it's your etherical body, something like that. So I'm listening to this as I'm dozing off. So it's going straight to my subconscious, I think. Next thing I know, I'm repeating what the person is saying to myself because he's saying, "Can you feel your hand? Do you feel, is it your hand?" Or something like that. So I fall asleep and I'm touching my face, but I can't tell if it's my physical hand or if it's my etherical hand because I was really soaking in what he was saying. And so as I'm dozing off to sleep, my mind is saying, "Wow, I want to try to figure out, is it my hand or can I feel my fake hand or my invisible hand?" Or it was so I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it happened so fast though, because it's one of those things you slip into it and you don't even know you slipped into it. So there I was trying to figure out if it was my hand that was hitting up against my face. And I think I did talk about this in a video. I think I did, y'all. So again, I pardon because it's redundant, but it was rather a shocking experience. So my hand is hitting up against my face while I'm sleeping. And so I heard myself saying to myself, "Is that my real hand? Is that my real hand? Is that my hand?" And yet I feel it against my face, right? Next thing I know, I wake up. I didn't even know I was sleeping, y'all. To be honest, I didn't realize I was sleeping because. So as soon as I wake up, I'm still wondering, was that me hitting my own face in my sleep? And as I'm there trying to figure out, was that my hand hitting up against my face? It took me a while to realize the whole entire time I fell asleep with my hand behind my head. You know how you sleep and you arch your arm up and it's like your hand is behind your head and your arm is up? So I realized I've been like that the whole entire time. That's how I fell asleep. So no, it was not my physical hand hitting up against my face, but it wasn't even my face that was being hit. Because if my hand is behind my head, then that means nothing was touching my face. So then why did I feel something on my face? Because it wasn't your hand and it wasn't your face. It was not my physical hand and it was not my physical face. And I was like, oh my goodness. That was my etherical body. And ladies and gentlemen, I have no reason to lie. This is what I experienced. This is what I experienced. And I was shocked because I couldn't, for some reason, it felt like it happened on demand. Because, I'm listening to the video, but I'm thinking, well, don't it take time for you to fall asleep and then wake up the next day? And this all happened, It's like it wasn't even like I would say, ooh, was it like within a half an hour, 45 minutes the most for me to like fall asleep and then wake up wondering what just happened, and then slowly realizing that my hand never came from behind my head because I fell asleep like that. So that was another. That was, so it's just like this time is, I don't know. It's just it's a very unique time in history, y'all. Yeah. So yeah, uh I would say if you're interested in stuff like that, just that video it was talking about, maybe I'll try to link it because I really don't remember it now. I don't remember. I remember the Susan Hay one, but this one was maybe like late last week when this happened. So I got to look up that video. Maybe I'll link it. But anyway, we are doing that thing again, going all over the place. But we did read this at least. Let's read it one more time. The English believed in private property rights and that land could be owned by an individual and transferred through legal documents. We did not believe that, American Indians. Documents like patents and charters. Now, if anything, if we were to do this, it would be us granting the patents and the charters, right? But I'm saying we can only lease. After colonization, we're not giving anybody the illusion that our land is theirs. We can't. Do we care about ourselves? Like, if any Indian out there hears what I'm saying, you're saying, oh, that's crazy. We can't do that. You cannot be an American Indian if you don't understand why we cannot just give our land away ever again. Like I said, if someone is that desperate, they're gonna have to lease it. That means you never stop paying me while you're here. You don't just sit on this land and, ooh, it's mine and I just live here free. No. No. American Indians can, but not foreigners. And especially in America, because America is being used as like the amusement park, inviting all manner of strangers into our house, and then they get to be here and literally disrespect us in our own house. This is all wrong, y'all. This is all very wrong. But yet I can still be of sound mind and say, if you're going to stay here, we got to get compensated. If you want to be here, you have to compensate those who own the land, just like in Africa, y'all. It's just so funny how Africa, as much as Africa is desperate to call all people of color from all around the world to help her get her economics together. It's so interesting. Well, I guess that is her taking care of her economics. Africa is saying you got to lease this land. And you know what? I'm going to say I totally agree with that. But that's the same standard would have to be in the Americas. Africa already, at least Africa got a clue there. And I would say, yeah, you should lease your land. That's how you maintain control. But see, I don't know, Africa, I don't know if that's their government and the government is the only one making the money, then there's something wrong with that too. But anyway, so we read this. Queen Elizabeth the First granted a patent to serve. Now, this is what I want to know. Why Indians are trying to gloss over the fact that we have been dominated by European nobility who were Negropeans. I think they would try to say, well, I think the Moors are going to have Indians saying, well, she was a black queen. Okay, yeah, she very well was that, right? But does that give her the right to give away our land? And do we agree with that? And if we do, what the hell is wrong with us? You see, somehow England is going to profit from this, not us. Do we know how to separate? We need to learn how to, because if we can't, listen, if we don't know how to separate, then we cannot be a distinct people. If we are constantly confusing ourselves with England, that is to our own funeral, okay? When we can't separate from our colonizer, that is our own funeral. Why are you trying to be a distinct people if you refuse to detach yourself from your colonizer and you don't know where your colonizer ends and you begin? You've got to know your lane. Stop confusing yourselves with England, ladies and gentlemen, please. I'm talking to American Indians, I should say. Please stop confusing yourself with your colonizer. It's not going to work to your benefit. Trust me. It's not going to work to your benefit. All you're doing is siding with the abuser. That's what they would call that. You're siding with that which is more powerful than you in hopes that it will see you as itself. But when it does that, now we don't have a plaintiff. If this were a case, now we don't do their legal system, but you don't have a case if you don't have a plaintiff. And there is no remedy going to be made if you are England. If American Indians keep insisting that we was England, they just took over us. Oh, please stop it. Please stop it. That's not going to be a good enough excuse. Saying that they took over you, that's going to fall on you. It's going to, because it's all it's going to look like is that we agreed to it. That's what they're going to say. Oh, but you said they took over you, but it looked like you agreed to it more than they took over you. Because this, it happened. You never said nothing. You didn't know how this government works. So how can you say that it was yours? You should have known how to immediately steer it back to your favor. And instead, what do we have? Moors telling us that everything's fine. This is good the way, just like it is right now. Yes, you need civil rights. That's good for you. Yes. It seems like no one was advising us in a way that it was to our benefit. It seemed like everything that we were being advised, even Martin Luther King admits he was wrong. Yet we still are insisting that there's something in this for us. There is nothing there until you create it by taking control and being the one who gives grants, leases. Because I don't think we should mimic their system, ladies and gentlemen. In other words, I don't think we should give land patents or charters. I think to make a clear cut, we're going to have to rename those items, y'all. Do not call it a patent and do not call it a charter. I believe we can lease it. I think we can use that term. I think we could use rent. But all these terms of nobility, charters, and patents, nah. We are not given any land patents. You're going to lease the land, and the term of your lease will be clearly stated, and we'll decide if it gets extended because it's not permanent. That's the new America to come, y'all. A lot of people are not going to like that because they're used to just getting something for nothing. The American dream is basically getting something for nothing. Yes, because people come here and they never have to deal with the people that they're trampling over and taking living in the best parts of their land while they are languishing in some ghetto, looking for handouts from colonizer. And he just limiting it, limiting it. You get food stamps. The first set of stamps you get is all you get the 200 something dollars or $300. Give it a few years, they send you as low as $7, y'all. And you gonna tell me that they're not feeding that to a deity? What is the point of sending anybody in this day and age $7 for food? What is the point exactly? It has to be to generate some negative energy. Because you get a check for $7, you're starving, y'all. That's what should be going through your mind. What the hell am I going to buy with this? You can barely get a loaf of bread with that. Or if you do, yeah, you can. And what you going to eat with it? Your fingers? But this is what they do to American Indians, y'all. They would never do this kind of shit to any other race. Because what's the point? It's like somebody has to be laughing in these bureaucracies because how do you print out a check in this day and age for anybody in the amount of $7? Are you fucking kidding me? On my land, you're gonna send me $7. You haven't even paid rent for 200 years, and you're gonna uh, have the gall to send a food stamp coupon or whatever it is for $7. Is it to make fun of me in my face? What is a person supposed to think when they open a freaking food stamp envelope and it has $7 on it? What is it? Dial a joke? Mail a joke? What is this? This is what they do to American Indians. Punk your ass in your face. Take that, take that, take that. So we just down this rabbit hole to figure out, you know, who's who. Were in early Virginia run by American Indians? Just blow this up. This is all the different ways we try to get AI to tell us things about who was running stuff. So again, we asked AI, were the courts in early Virginia run by American Indians? No, the courts in early Virginia were run by English colonists based on an English common law system. English common law. A lot of Indians feel like common law is our law. No, it's not. Common law is not our law, ladies and gentlemen. Don't let no more lie to you again, please. Common law is English law, not by American Indians, as we're reading right here. The English colonial legal system. So here's the structure. The colonial government established a formal judiciary beginning in 1619. So what Indians have to show me and the world, what were you doing before 1619? Because the colonial government established a formal judiciary, that means the judicial system, the courts and all of that, the judiciary, beginning in 1619, y'all, with the governor and his council acting as the highest court known as the general court. Was that an Indian court? Now, this is Virginia, y'all. Virginia is the first state. In 1619, I do believe Virginia was a little smaller than the 1609. In 1609, the charter was for the whole United States area. But by 1619, they done probably broke down Virginia to probably up to the Mississippi, maybe. So I heard Indians say that we had our own courts and blah 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 blah. It wasn't in this system though. So there is, in other words, I don't think we have paperwork from our quote unquote courts. I think you're going to find paperwork from these kind of courts from 1619. So it was an English colonial legal system, ladies and gentlemen. But you will hear Indians say that we had a system here. Well, if you have proof of something before 1619, bring it. Please do. I don't think it's like this system, though. And I think everything that we're basing our legal arguments on are from a post 1619 government after 1619, which means it was run by England, y'all. Remember, we're prisoners of war. Do you think they're going to go by our shit or their shit? Because their shit is a guarantee that they're going to be able to take our lands like they did time after time after time after time. I'm thinking in our course we would win back our land as opposed to losing land. Okay, that's just how my logic works. I'm sorry. Is there something wrong with that logic? English colonial legal system, the structure, the colonial government. These in the colonies, y'all. Established a formal judiciary beginning in 1619 with the governor and his council acting as the highest court known as the general court. In 1634, county courts were created. Now, counties are parts of a state. That had nothing to do with Indians. Counties are parts of a state. In 1634, county courts were created to handle local small claims and petty offenses. So that wouldn't involve land. Small claims, our land was a big deal, y'all. And they had to make sure they got that. So this little county court, is that what we saying? They didn't start till 1634. So we are already in colonization, y'all. So what am I saying? You were already being dominated from 1619. Even if you had a county court, that came after the colonial court. So no, all of this is British. Anything that pops up during your subjugation, big hint, it's probably not yours, American Indian. In 1634, county courts were created by who? English colonial legal system. That's what the title says, right? But the answer to this question was no. No courts in early Virginia were run by American Indians. So that includes this county we're reading about. Personnel, judges, so that's who's filling these courts. Judges on these courts were English colonists. Do Indians know that they are not English colonists? Or is that something that the Moor is telling you nowadays too? When let the Moor have it, he's gonna have us, he's gonna say we were the king and queen of England just broken up into a bunch of little people. But all together we made up the king and queen of England. That's what the Moor is gonna have to say to us to make this make sense in their world. Because it don't make sense in nobody else's world. This is the windmills of your Moroccan mind kind of stuff going on here. So the personnel, were they made up of Indians? Did Indians have anything to do with these courts? The answer at the top of the page is no. So the personnel, judges on these courts were English colonists, Negropeans, okay? Typically lay magistrates, not necessarily formally trained in law, appointed by the governor. So the governor is not an American Indian, okay? Because what? Were the courts in early Virginia run by American Indians? The first answer, no. Jurisdiction. The colonial courts applied English common law principles. But see, again, all the Moor is doing with us is telling us that these were all ours. You're talking about yourself, my Negro, because you're a Negropean. When you say ours, what you really mean is yours, but you say, because I look like you, that means it was me too. No, 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 no. Again, go gaslight somebody else, yo. Jurisdiction. The colonial courts applied English common law from England, y'all, which were adopted to the unique circumstances of the colony, such as laws regarding slavery. Okay, now you're talking about us there, right there, because they're going to call us indentured slaves and land ownership. So the colony was worried about land ownership. They trying to own our land. Okay? So no, they don't need us in their courts because we're gonna be saying, no, don't take my land. And they're gonna be saying, yes, I'm taking your land. So there's a conflict of interest in their courts. If we are part of them, there's a conflict of interest. We are not part of them though. The American Indian justice system, governance by custom. The paramount chiefdoms of the Virginia Indians, such as the Powhatan, there we go again, the Powhatan Confederacy, had a system of justice based on custom, leadership, authority, chiefs, and Warowanses, and consensus rather than formal institutionalized courts with written laws and juries like the English. So what we all would need, ladies and gentlemen, is documentation that the tribes kept that predate 1619. And that's what will convince Heru that we had a system that was all ours. Let me tell you, it would not have been in the best interest of the English to have us sitting in their courts doing anything. We would have wanted to keep our land, ladies and gentlemen. Their courts are here to take that away from us. Point blank, period. So, no, it wouldn't be in their best interest for us to have any say. And if we were in any position of power and it was us giving away our land, again, that means we were our own colonizer. And that is not what happened. Limited interaction. English observers rarely sought to understand or work within the indigenous legal systems. Mm-hmm. They didn't have to because they could take all our shit. That's what the doctrine of discovery said. They don't need no court for that. It was a bang bang decision already made. We don't need your court system, American Indian, because we got the doctrine of discovery. We can take what we want. We don't need you to be in our courts, and you were not in our courts. We reduced you to an allotment. So you didn't even have your tribes. Tell me, how are you participating in government at all when you're not part of the government? And we done broke up your tribes. So your tribes are broken up, basically, although this happened after the Revolutionary War, and we still in pre-American Revolutionary War. So we might have had our tribes at this point. Well, we should have, because the I don't believe the Indian removal started in 1830. And the Dawes Act was 1877. So at this time, there's still a lot of us, but our legal system is not being spoken about because it's not part of this legal system. And then again, we would have to produce paperwork prior to 1619. That is the only thing that will show and prove to me that we had a legal system. But anything after 1619, let me tell you, we are losing land. We're being misclassified. We are being treated like prisoners of war that we are. But it was a war, basically a spiritual attack on American Indians, making them quote unquote sinners to be stolen from because we are heathens. So English observers rarely sought to understand or work within the indigenous legal systems. After a period of conflict, interactions regarding legal matters were primarily handled through treaties and designated Indian agents. Now, when you look at a treaty, like we did when we looked at the Powhatan Treaty, I knew immediately that that we were not in a position of power just reading the treaty alone. So if you read a treaty, that should tell you how much power we had in any quote unquote legal system that came after the treaty. Now the Powhatan Treaty was in, let me see, 1619. Isn't that when they started claiming slaves came here, the 1619 project, whatever? But I believe the Powhatan Treaty. Let me look up the date of the Powhatan Treaty, please, because I keep not remembering that for some reason. But I think it was 1640 something. Okay. When when was the Powhatan Treaty created? Okay. 1646. All right now. Very good, very good. So we didn't even have a treaty back here, ladies and gentlemen, which means we were being in 1619, there was no Powhatan Treaty, y'all. So what does that mean? It means we had no agreement with the English. The Powhatan Treaty was created in October of 1646. It was the end of hostilities after it ended hostilities after major uprisings. The terms confined Powhatan tribes to land north of the York River, banned interference with settlements south of the river, and mandated yearly tribute to the English. Ladies and gentlemen, why do our Indians have a problem living in the reality of that? So, this is after the treaty, y'all. In other words, it was worse before the treaty, right? Because there was a whole lot of fighting. So by the time 1646 rolls around, the terms of the treaty is that we're agreeing to pay the English yearly tribute. Does it sound like we won the war, ladies and gentlemen? The loser pays, y'all. So what am I saying? Ladies and gentlemen, look, we never had anything to do with this government, and I wish the Moors would stop lying to American Indians who have better sense than this. As I was about to say, all I had to do was read a little bit of that Powhatan Treaty, and I knew that we were being dominated. Uh, so the main treaty with the Powhatan Confederacy, ending the Third Anglo-Saxon Powhatan, I'm sorry, Anglo-Powhatan War, was created in October 1646, signed by the English colony of Virginia and Powhatan leader Neko Tawanse. So now Powhatan is gone by the time it looked like Powhatan is gone because it says it was signed by Neko Tawanse. not Powhatan. I didn't know it was signed, period. But this is what they saying. It was signed by Nekotawan. Oh, we're gonna have to figure out who this person is, y'all. Nekotawanse? Is he a product of intermarriage with the British? Because a lot of that was going on. And placing Powhatan under English authority. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's not on the screen, but take a mental note. The largest group of Indians are now under English authority after this. That's what the treaty did, y'all. Now, a treaty is supposed to be a document where the two parties are equally, they have equal power, two sovereigns. But they're telling us this treaty placed the Powhatans under English authority. Is that a real treaty, ladies and gentlemen? No, it's not. It is sort of like an admittance of loss. It's almost like it's a document saying, I secede to your power because I lost. It's not a treaty, y'all. Not in the sense of two sovereigns. This is a this is conquest, ladies and gentlemen. And how we know it is because who is gaining and who is losing? The English are gaining, and we have to pay them. Our people have to pay them in yearly skins. We had to pay them tribute. Now, typically, it is an American Indian chief who collects tribute from American Indians. The English come and we are paying them tribute on our land. Can somebody tell me how are we in a position of power to run anything? You're not going to gaslight this American Indian, even if you're an American Indian. Let me just say it now, okay? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Indians, get your shit together. Know your lane. Know your position. Throw your pride into the fire. It is not a time to be like these damn Moors, all puffed up on absolutely nothing but lies. Throw away your pride, American Indians. It's time to get down and dirty. No more delusions of where you stand on this land. No more delusions. You had no power to create no damn government. I'm just reading now, and they're spelling it out. The treaty made us pay tribute. That is not a treaty. That is it's like signing I admit that I lost document. That is not a treaty. That does not sound like a treaty. Because again, the only benefit is going to the English. So we're looking at the screen to find out that the English were dominating us as far back as 1619. Now, when again did that patent come along? 1640. We are well into domination time, y'all. We are well into domination time by the time this happens, 1619. This judicial system began in 1619 with the governor and his council acting as the highest court. Now, were they talking about that council here? They call it the General Assembly. Either way, has nothing to do with American Indians, y'all. Nothing to do with us. They said we had something separate, but unless we kept a record of that, they are not telling us what that was, y'all. But for sure, the English are dominating us as far back as 1619. By the time they give the Accomacs a patent, that is well after domination because the Powhatan Treaty was in what, 1646. So now the Accomac did get a land patent from the English in 1640, which is before the Powhatan Treaty. But they are not getting any better of a deal because the domination started as far back as 1619, y'all. So by the time 1640 comes along, the English are basically parceling out land to the Accomac with their quote unquote land patents, which are toilet paper at this point. If we let it be that, we cannot empower their documents. We have to call it out for what it was: conquest under the doctrine of discovery. Those documents cannot be real because we were under duress. That is why anything that they're calling a legal document between American Indians and the English, it has to be under duress. Therefore, it is null and void. We were prisoners of war, y'all. We were being treated as prisoners of war. But worse than that, we were seen as if we couldn't win, even if we did win. With the doctrine of discovery calling us heathen, they're going to still see us as losers. The devil can't win against somebody claiming that they're a god, y'all. And they made us the devil. They called us heathen. So that means they looked at us as if we were basically against God. So when you're anti God, what are you? Like a demon, right? A devil or whatever. So even if we won, we were never going to come up against what they had planned for us, y'all. And that is my phone ringing. And I shouldn't take it, but I'm going to take it. So please give me a minute. We're back. Uh, Share our screen again. Pardon. Had a call come in, but we are still establishing Indians from the beginning. We were stripped of power. Anything that we had in their system after, especially after these janky treaties, we have to know that it was all conquest. Just read the treaty if you get a chance. Maybe I'll try to link it. You know, I'm always promising to link things. Uh, but all you have to do is read, uh, for instance, the Powhatan Treaty, and you will see that we were being subjugated. Again, we just read that the treaty involved us paying. Now, why we, the owners of the land, why would we be paying tribute to England? You already have all of our land. How do I owe you more than what you took? You took my land, and then you're gonna punk me by having me pay you tribute annually of skins? American Indians, we have to understand what domination is if we're going to try to get out of it. If we keep coddling the system and deluding ourselves that we had any power the way they look, I'm telling you, and history is screaming to us that we were seen as heathen. There was no way they were going to have heathens running anything because it would have been seen as letting the devil run their good, pure, you know, God. I mean, I don't even want to call it that because it just how they operate is so ungodly. I kind of wanted another word, but okay. They said that's their God. If you have the devil as your God, that I guess that is your God. Uh all we have to do is look at how the treaties went to understand that we had no say in this government. Excuse me. We had no say. We if we need to believe that we did, maybe we could just keep that to ourselves because everything else is indicating that we were completely dominated. I mean, look at it where we are today, y'all. It didn't just happen. We've been, this, we are actually pretty damn used to being treated badly, y'all. All we really end up doing is complaining about it endlessly, you know, you know, you know, and we're our complaints center around being this misnomer known as black. A lot of us are claiming that as quote unquote black people, we are treated differently. That's a lot of our complaints. Well, we're not black, we're American Indian, number one, and that is why we're being discriminated against, number two, because we are actually the landowners. And they hate the fact that we walk around here and they know that this belongs to us, so that's why we get treated bad. And this is just something we have to keep reminding ourselves of all the other foreigners. If we're foreign, why are we getting treated so bad? And we not only are you saying we're foreigners, but you're saying we were slaves. So you're kicking me when I'm down. I'm already got the label of slave, which is I know it's a lie, but I'm just saying, why would you have to treat slaves so bad when they are the least of your worries because they are known as slaves? So you just pick on us for no reason. You just hate on us for no reason. I'm telling you why you're trained to hate on us because our land is being stolen as we live. And this system, it just all it knows how to do is come for us because it knows that us being here represents a chance that we might actually get our land back. And they don't even want to think about that ever happening. So what do? But also, ladies and gentlemen, it's not just that. They do have to feed their deity. They do have to feed their deity. That's part of the deal. That's part of the deal. So whether it be loosh, like we talked about earlier, that metaphysical energy that they say humans emit, especially at high you know, emotional fear, pain, you know, those are the two that they want us to feel most because that is the energy that their deity requires. Yes. When your deity requires blood, pain is going to be involved. To get a person's blood, typically that's a painful thing. And the experience of your blood being drained from you has to be one of those times where the loosh is really potent because you're scared, you you're dying, and so this is what the deity feeds off of. Not just your blood, but the fear energy. And this is the deity that they are worshiping, y'all. It's a blood anything. See, I'm hoping that American Indians who are a little more keen on this realize that you cannot worship a blood deity, especially when you're seen as the sacrifice pool. Because the blood that the deity is going to get, the energy, the negative energy that the deity is going to get is coming from you. So, like, American Indians can't afford a bloodthirsty deity, something that says, well, for me to forgive you, you have to go slaughter something, then I'll forgive you. So then you don't love me, as we said in the previous video. That's not love. I'm feeding your thirst. So you're like a vampire. And the reason why you love me is because, quote unquote, love me, is because I'm providing you your meal. You're an entity that is a spirit. So you need men and women who are living to shed that blood for you. So you can, I guess, get the essence of a soul. I guess that's what it is. But I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, you know that there's some kind of energy involved because you can tell again by how the money system is working. Why do people that are already rich need American Indians to be broke? All they got to do is print out more money, right? Something is backing that money, and it is the energy of American Indians. But the energy they want on that money has to be loose for the gods. And they prefer it negative energy. So they're going to have you working with lack, which creates a form of loose because your energy is worried about if you can even survive through the month or whatever, because your food stamps, you're getting $7. Why would they do that to you, American Indian? It's feeding an energy that, that worryation, that fear, you know. So I'm trying to show that people who have tons of wealth, they don't really need for money. But if that money can pass through an American Indian's hands and infuse the money with loosh, then the money, it comes back to them because they say it's circulating back to them, not to us, right? So when it comes back to them, it's sweeter when it passes through an American Indian's hands. So they have to have that circulating through our hands because it has the stamp of our energy on it. And because it shouldn't be that there have to be poor people in a land of plenty, in a land that can sustain foreigners. That comes after I'm sustained. Then we can talk about sustaining others because this is my land. So I can't feed someone else until I'm sure that I'm fed. And then I can, if I'm good, then I can be generous. But if I'm not doing good, the law of survival is the first law, y'all. But that doesn't mean that I have a right to steal from someone in my survival mode. It doesn't, and then to do it perpetually. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the law of survival gives a license to murder and steal and then make a life out of doing that because now you're just a criminal. And so you don't deserve to even, depending on what you did, you might not even deserve to survive, because if you're going around killing people or causing them to be killed off or somehow in your wakes, they are no longer, then no, that's not the kind. We're not talking about that level of survival. What we mean is you take care of home first before you start. Charity begins at home, right? That's what we're talking about. Okay, so we were see. I really want to focus on the fact that this is a colonial system. So we could look at what they're saying American Indian justice system was, but that's kind of besides the point because we don't really have proof of it, y'all. I would have to see Indian courts that only do, see our courts. We technically we wouldn't be allowed to police the colonists because we're still in subjugation. So in other words, our if we were really running legitimate courts, we would be able to call foreigners into our courts. But if we're talking about a court system we had that was only for us, that's also not really a legitimate court because we should have like how this government just grabbed us like we was nothing and got us being citizens. That's what we can do to foreigners. They would have to come to our courts. But if we had a court that was only limited to us, I can't even say that that was legitimate. Because not when you have foreigners here stealing from you, you can't just have a legal system unto yourself. Your legal system has to bring justice to you on your land. So if your legal system has a little place where foreigners could go do their thing, whatever they want, and you over here doing your little legal system, that's not going to work. So we're not really going to look at this American Indian justice system too much because I really don't feel that it's possible for us to have a justice system while we're under domination. It's not a true justice system. It's just us dealing with ourselves, but not dealing with a thief. So they're saying we didn't have formal written laws, and it's what made the Iroquois so great. But how could they be great when they didn't know how to write? How did they write their laws? Colonizer, you still have not explained that to me. Because you saying they had something that was different from what Algonquins had or other Indians had, and you say they had like a written law. They didn't know how to write. What you talking about? Do you mean you took their hand and told them that they was writing something that was favoring them, but it was favoring you? Is that what you mean? Because if they wrote in Algonquin, that means Algonquins had the law or written law, because Algonquins knew how to write. But once you took away Iroquois writing, they can't claim to have a law because they didn't know how to fucking write. And again, ladies and gentlemen, as we always say, it's not that the Iroquois didn't know how to write. They had writing all around them. All they had to do was step outside of that little tiny, tiny, teeny piece of land and get some education, yo. What you telling me they only want to be educated by colonizers? Yeah, right. Okay, whatever. Let me tell you, them Iroquois knew how to write. They just couldn't write in Algonquin or Ojibwe anymore because colonizer was making them civilized by taking away their writing. Yeah. So, limited interaction. English observers rarely sought to understand or work within the indigenous legal. See, that's why that means we couldn't have had a real legitimate legal system because our authority would have extended to foreigners as well. That's how real legal systems in real nations work. You do have authority over the foreigner. Here, they're trying to say we had our own little thing and we didn't bother with them and they had their own little thing. Not on my land, you didn't, unless it's all under conquest, which makes it all illegitimate. So, yeah, English observers rarely sought to understand or work within the indigenous legal system. In other words, your laws don't apply to me. That's what the English was saying. That crap don't apply to me. I said y'all designed our legal system. I just had to say that so I could look like I'm working with you. But that crap don't apply to me. They telling us, although they're saying that they got something from the Iroquois, I'm reading this to say that they didn't fuck with no Indian systems. They rarely sought to understand or work within the indigenous legal system. Well, then how did they get one from the Iroquois? Because that's what they say. Oh, we learned from the Great Law of Peace. This thing is saying, nope, you didn't even seek to understand the Great Law of Peace. Because your shit was coming from England. That's the only way England can dominate us with their shit, right? They don't dominate us with our shit. Of conflict, interactions regarding legal matters were primarily handled through treaties. Those treaties were so fucking bogus. Again, treaties that had us paying tribute to the English are not really treaties, okay? Just documents documenting how we submit to England. That can't be a treaty, y'all. And designated Indian agents. Well, that's an interesting term. Indian agents. I think what they mean is Negropeans masquerading as Indians. That would be the agents. Testimony in colonial courts. American Indians generally had no role in running the colonial courts. Let's read that one more time. American Indians generally had no role in running the colonial. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm hearing that we had our own courts. But the thing is, if you're talking about the courts that we're reading about right now, you lost in those courts. You were dominated. Face it so that we can move forward with a right mind and a right understanding of what happened. Why are Indians so deluded? I already know the answer to that, but let's just say it again. Because we got Moors whispering in our ears. That's why. We got Moors whispering in our ears, telling us that, no, you was the bomb. You had control. That was you. That was you, Negro, not me. That was you. Because you were the one that had to break away from England, not me. That was you, my Negro. That was you. I had nothing to do with England except how badly they were dominating me, and you were considered their property, their subjects. So you couldn't help me. You busy subjugated by the same beast that was subjugating me. But they were stealing from me and giving you a little bit of a, you know, your job was to soften the American Indian soften the American Indian because you look like him. So that was the Negropean's role. So say, I'm you, you are me, I am you. We make a perfect bowl of stew. Yeah, whatever. Get out of here. I am not you, and you are not me. Remember, I'm the heathen, and you belong to Abraham. I had nothing to do with Abraham. And then when I did get adopted, I still didn't get treated except like an orphan as a Christian. Okay, so no. Uh, okay, so American Indians generally had no role in running the colonial courts. Their testimony in colonial courts was often restricted or treated differently than that of English settlers. My God. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So they didn't even put weight in our testimony, y'all. They say, oh, yeah, yeah, go sit down. Whatever. We don't believe your lying Indian ass. Go sit down. Now, come on, colonial settlers. Tell us what you saw. Oh my gosh. With specific laws eventually passed in 1723, allowing Christian Indians to appear as witnesses under certain circumstances in trials involving slaves. Wow. You better tell it like it was, AI. You better tell it like it was and educate these Indians today. You better tell it like it was. Yes. I'm loving it, y'all. I don't feel bad at all. I know what the work I see. This only helps me to understand the assignment. Ain't no shame in my game, y'all. Because I know this is domination. I have no problem calling it out as domination, y'all. I have no problem. This is not law. This is conquest, y'all. This is conquest in the guise of commerce. A commerce that is being handled exclusively by our colonizer. And we don't see a red cent of none of our resources. Okay? If anything, it's being put in a trust to just sit there and for them to gamble on that shit at our expense. They don't need to be handling anything that's our property. Okay? I want to read this again. So we talk about testimony in colonial courts. So these were our courts that, according to some Indians, this is our courts. Um, American Indians generally had no role in running their courts. Their testimony in their courts was often restricted or treated differently than that of English settlers. With specific laws eventually passed in 1723, oh my God, that's like a whole decade later or whatever, allowing only Christian Indians. You see, we were not Christians. Big newsflash, American Indians, we were not Christians. What does that mean, ladies and gentlemen? Would you have to have a Bible to be Christian, would you say, American Indians? Okay. So if we're not Christians, does that mean we didn't go by the Bible? I would think so. No? Are you going to gaslight me or try to gaslight me again, Christians? Saying that, oh, yes, we did believe in the word of God. Not according to the way I'm reading this flow of information. Regular Indians were not seen as Christians. So the further back you go, we were not Christians. Is that a news flash for American Indians? Who is telling y'all that we was Christians? Oh, the Moors. No wonder. No wonder. They were discriminating against Indians who were not Christians. And according to the way history is told, Christianity came here with Columbus, and then that was in South America, and then it hit North America with King James in the 1600s. Christianity hit South America and the Caribbean in the 1400s, and then it hit North America in the 1600s. What do we have in common? North Americans and Caribbean and South Americans. What we have in common that we were not Christian until we were invaded. Yet they will have North Americans thinking that there are some other thing, you know. No, you got the same treatment that South Americans and Caribbean Americans got just later. And so you had to identify as a Christian to uh, have any kind of little bit of say. And that wasn't even happening because, again, the testimony, in certain circumstances, the Christians appeared as a witness under certain circumstances in trials involving slaves. In essence, the two legal systems operated separately, with the English systems dominating the colonial sphere and the indigenous systems governing internal tribal matters. So your laws are only limited to you, American Indians, not to the colonists, particularly on their own lands. So the more land you lost, the less legal system you had, till you were given an allotment as a single family with no tribe around you. So what happened to your legal system? It was non-existent. The further we got into colonization, in fact, you were losing, not gaining, losing, because if they're breaking up your tribes, you can't have a legal system. You're just a random Indian standing in a state with no tribe around you, and they're just waiting for you to fall into their jurisdiction because you are standing there saying to yourself, well, how am I supposed to operate in this state with if I don't have the credentials where the cops keep stopping me? I guess I should get a federal ID. And then once you do that, you are in the jurisdiction of the federal government, baby. And that's how they got us to fall into their system. Everything they did with us was either by duress or a like you are being backed into a corner in the case of only getting an allotment and not having any more land than a little lot. So you're separated. They separated us American Indians. So they know that we are feeling far too powerless to ever think of standing up and becoming American Indians not taxed. So we just kept asking all kinds of questions to AI to get. We were getting some dude. As you see, we got some good ones, y'all. So let's go to the next one. Did American Indians operate as esquires before 1776? So now, if you have a legal system, what kind of representation? Well, we found that we didn't have any. We were not represented. But we just want to take this as far as we can, y'all, to show that we had nothing, no government, no nothing in this system. And if you want to say that, as we said earlier, Tulsa, Oklahoma, nope, not really, because you were forced to go to Tulsa, Oklahoma. So that was just an experiment. It wasn't, oh, we got a government, we got this. It's like, what? Let's see what these niggas can do when we cut them off. And if they fail, that'll be the experiment successful. If they start doing good, we just drop a bomb on that shit. And that's how, see, that's what I mean, y'all. Did we have any legal recourses after they dropped the bomb on us if this is our legal system? Did they wait until that old woman died and now who they gonna pay? Absolutely nobody. Everybody that experienced Tulsa, Oklahoma is now officially dead. Up, bang bang, case closed. There's no plaintiffs. They're all dead, thank God. Thank God, demonic God. And we American Indians refuse to admit that we are under subjugation. We said, no, we did have power. We had some power, damn it. No, we didn't. And I have no qualms admitting that. And I suggest American Indians, if you want to move forward, just know your situation so you'll know if you are under a delusion, it's not going to help. It's not going to help. You telling yourself, American Indians, that we had a legal system. No, we didn't. If we did, it was only limited to us. It had nothing to do with this system, y'all. They just told us that. There was no interaction. They were dominating us from the beginning, and you could read it. If you pick up a treaty, you'll know what time it was. Okay? And then they decided to stop making treaties. Treaties was, as we see, they keep saying treaty, 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 treaty. But that's just a word game. That wasn't a real treaty. That was domination too. And then they stopped making treaties. If we had any power, they wouldn't be able to stop making treaties, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that they stopped making treaties shows you who had the power. And it was not American Indians. American Indians should have fought to keep treaty making because that was the one thing that kind of showed that we were a separate. Not we had a shared the same government as colonizer. Oh no, you did not. The Moors are lying again. We did not have a shared system with this government, y'all. We did not share a legal system with this government. We were just dominated by their legal system. Their legal system. So if you had a legal system, that means you had to have some kind of lawyer working in it, right? Okay, let's find out what a squire is. Okay, did American Indians operate? Because for us to have any control in the legal system, in this legal system, you have to have lawyers that know the law, right? And they have to. We would have to be in there shaping policy as a lawyer or interpreting law in our quote unquote legal system, right? So we would have to have acted as lawyers representing Indians, I would suppose, right? Well, did American Indians operate as lawyers before 1776? No, American Indians did not operate as esquires before 1776, as this was a British title and legal convention that was not part of indigenous legal or social systems. The term esquire, often abbreviated ESQ, was a British honorific or title of respect. It was a title of nobility, y'all. Typically used in a formal context in the American colonies. In the American colonies, not on the reservations, in the American colonies to denote gentlemen, landowners. We were not owning land, really, American Indians. And whatever, if we did, they didn't see that as legitimate because their role was to take our land because we were heathen. So, although we are supposed to be landowners, they never recognized that, hence why they could just come here and have a separate government where we don't get to say anything about what they do. They tell us what they're going to do, like they did with the treaties. Dominated on top of dominated. That's what I'm seeing, y'all. But the Moors is putting the rose tinted glasses on something and they say, no, you had the power. Yeah. If that's power, then I hate to see what not having power look like, because having power is looking mighty defeated to me. So the term esquire was a British honorific or title of respect. It was a title of nobility, typically used in a formal context in the American colonies to denote gentlemen, landowners, or those associated with the legal profession or holding a position of justice of the peace. Native American nations had their own complex and diverse systems of governance, social structures, and legal traditions long before European contact and the founding of the United States. These systems involved tribal leaders, councils, and customary laws, but they did not use European titles like esquire. But if you're operating in the system, you'd have to be an attorney or an esquire. So if you're not in this system, you're not in this system. While there were interactions and treaty negotiations between European powers, including the British and American Indian tribes, these interactions were conducted between distinct nations and involved the use of traditional tribal leadership titles, e.g., chief, sachem, or sachem. Okay, let's read that one more time. While there were interactions and treaty negotiations between European powers and American Indians, these interactions were conducted between distinct nations. Okay, so that means not just any old Indian nation. It had to be one of them civilized ones, Christianized. Then we read you had to be a Christian, to take part, which means you're going to look at other Indians as heathen, and you're going to probably not rule in their favor because they're heathen, and you're a glorified, like colonizer's little helper. When you, as an American Indian, become a Christian, now you're basically fighting against your fellow Indians. Native Americans were generally considered by the British. I'm sorry, Native Americans were generally considered by the British and later the U.S. government as members of semi-independent sovereign tribes rather than as British subjects. The Negropean was a British subject. If you were a black Negropean, you were a subject, where American Indians were not subject to the throne, but they just found ways to bring us under subjugation through deception and duress. Uh, so we were sovereign tribes rather than British subjects, operating within British legal titles before the Revolutionary War. The idea of Native Americans holding a British title like Esquire is an anachronism and a conflation of two entirely separate cultural and legal systems. Okay. So there we have another indication that we were not part of this. Did I have the, oh, I did have the map here. My favorite map. But I forgot why I had it here now, but let's just look at it just to feel good for a minute. I kind of want to say Algonquins would be able to claim that we would have never agreed to give the entire our entire landmass to a foreign entity. So this can no longer. Well, how about this? It has to go back to us as we were the Virginia Indians. The Algonquins were the main Virginia Indians that colonizer dealt with. So you took the United States in our under our watch, and you have to give it back to us under our watch. Okay, so I think we might call it a day for now because we've been going a while, and I think we proved what we needed to. And I think I'm going to leave it here till next time and say thank you. I am starting to get a little bit fatigued because I've been going at it for a little while. But yeah, I hope we were able to see what the issue was back then. And the issue was that was when we were first being dominated. And so it might have not seemed as bad, but it got worse and worse. And if we were in control, it shouldn't have did that. We were not in control, ladies and gentlemen. And please hold your head up high. There's absolutely nothing to be ashamed of if you were being dominated and basically technologied out of a head. Uh, well, they wanted us out of our head. And I gotta cut this video because I'm starting to sleep talk. Not sleep walk, sleep talk. So I think we did accomplish what we wanted here. And I want to say we're gonna close out for now. Um, not that we are hopeless. We just need to know the reality of the situation. We've been heavily dominated by England, namely French, and to be clear that we don't have a say. Our declarations and write them a certain way, we will make a way for us to begin to start establishing uh, groups of Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 Indians in every land, every state, and operating as the owners of wherever we are. But we are going to say that we hold the land for all American Indians, the ones who are willing to be operating outside of the dominating colonizer system in a peaceful manner. That's what we would need to do. Um, so again, I'm going to stop my share. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. Um, again, it is not to browbeat any American Indians or any American Indians mentioned. We need to be clear of what the assignment is and what we cannot be attached to versus what we can be attached to. So that's all we're doing. No offense needed or should be taken. Till next time, I'm going to wish you a very wonderful day or evening. Profusely thank you for watching, and say, be and stay American, so-called Indians, favored by your ancestors, our Algonquin shared ancestors. Till next time.